who is here for the pledge, for the invocation? Oh. It is 9:04, and now we'll.
Let us pray. Gracious and loving God, we thank you for your goodness to us all, especially for the blessing of our county judge, our county commissioners, all our county officials, all of our county law enforcement, all our sheriff and our deputies, all our rescue workers, all those who serve the county of Nueces faithfully each and every day. We ask that you bless all the efforts of our county judge, county commissioners, and all who work with them and collaborate with them to bring your goodness to all of our part of your vineyard, which is Nueces County. We ask that you bless everyone in this room this day, those who have come to be heard and those who have come to do their part to continue to make Nueces County a place called home and a place that continues to serve so many. May each and every one of us have always a respect for each other and realize that each is a blessing to this world, especially to our county. And may we work together to always make everyone feel at home and everyone to be made to be appreciated for who they are and where they come from. But now they are with us here, Lord. May they always be seen as a brother or sister. In a special way, Lord, we ask that you watch over our community of Agua Dulce, who suffered the tragic loss of two of our young people and their mother. We ask that you comfort all of our youth at Agua Dulce ISD and the community that we embrace in our county, but also our sister community of Bimbolt, who is embraced by Jim Wells. Together may we indeed bring comfort and compassion and love to a family hurting this day. And watch over all families that are hurting this day. May they always feel the comfort of all of us coming to their aid in their time of need. And we ask that you continue to bless our judge and our commissioners, and once again, all those who work with them, to continue to bring your goodness to our county and to our world. And we ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor, for being here this morning. Today is February the 8th. It is 9:07. We have all members of Commissioners Court here, so we do have a quorum. I will call this meeting to order. Do we have the public speakers list? I want to call Bobby Sherwood up. I know he's on the list of speakers for today. Who has my list?
Public comment? Public comment.
Public comment, sorry. Did we not have it in here? Do you have the public comment sheet? Thank you. I want to call Bobby Sherwood up first so we can, yes.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here.
I try not to be too emotional, but after 44 years of service to the county, I intend to retire on the 28th of this month from my position as Precinct 4. I want to thank these men that have come here to support me. My son, who took me in after the storm, wasn't all that easy. Had to go live with him, live by his rules after, 30-something years living by mine. Got out of there as quick as I could, but, yeah. But I feel like through my service I've made Nueces County a safer place to live. I always tried to do the right thing. I've been a constable for a little over 30 years. I was a deputy for 12. I even worked in the sheriff's office in the 70s in the old courthouse where I started my career. I mean, I led the department through hurricanes. I led it through the pandemic. I've led it through just all sorts of things that probably would have wore most people down. Thought about leaving the last time, especially after the Hurricane Harvey took my house and everything I own. But I managed to come back, get back on top. But, you know, most people know that know me well, you know that my wife has some serious health issues. And for the last year, I've stayed at home and took care of her. Couldn't go to work. It's not fair to y'all, not fair to the people that I serve, not fair to the people that pay my salary if I can't go to do my job because I'm a hands-on guy. And that has really affected what I'm doing today. Also, my dad's not getting any younger, and I have to help him. So I feel like it's time. A lot of people know that I'm a huge fan of the Westerns, and I watch Gunsmoke every day. And in one of the recent episodes, there was an old sheriff, and he told Matt Dillon, he said, the hardest thing about wearing the badge is knowing when to take it off. And the time has come for me to take it off, move on with my life. I have brought a young man with me today. As you see, most of my departments here, including my son. I've also brought my chief deputy, Chris Stimson, that's standing behind me. And I'd like to recommend to y'all that at the proper time that they appoint him to replace me. He has stood with us through thick and thin. He's always, done the right thing. He's been running the department for a year because I really hadn't been down there to do anything. And I just want you to remember this young man. This is him right here. He knows what's going on, and he knows how to treat the people of the island because it's a pretty unique place to work. So with that said, I don't want to overshadow the dog retiring today from the SO, but which is a pretty important thing. But I am leaving, and it'll be effective the 28th. I intend to submit a letter to the county judge so y'all can do what y'all need to do about the reappointment. And I want you to know that I've already started, and I've searched my office, my house, even had my son search the deer blind. I do not have any classified documents. So you will not have to send the FBI or my friend Chris Hooper or anybody to come see if I got any, because I don't have any, okay?
Because we were too scared to give you anything that was classified, okay? Let's.
Well, you'd be surprised what I have on you, Chesney, but I'm leaving it in the office. But thank you for your support. Thank you for the Commissioner's Court, all they've done for me. And I just want to reveal one little story about, I appeared before the Commissioner's Court many, many times in my 44 years of service. But I remember coming in one time and asking for a new computer. And they said, why do you need a new computer? And I said, well, mine is old and slow. And Commissioner Jagg said, so am I. So, but they did give it to me. So that was one of my more memorable moments here. Well, thank you very much. Thank you so much for supporting me all these years, and I'll get through this somehow. Thank you.
Commissioner Chesney, you wanted to make some comments. You signed up.
I did.
Oh, yeah.
Bobby, we want you to, before you leave.
We want to do a photo in a second before you leave, too.
I did sign up for public comment because.
Well, I'm not dropping off the face of the earth. I intend to be here the day that they appoint my replacement.
Yeah,
so.
I know, but it's okay. It's still a historic day. Bobby, I just want to take a minute. I signed up for public comment because I just wanted to say on behalf, seriously, you and I have had a great relationship for many, many years, not all 44 of them, but in different capacities that I've served. And I've always known, who I needed to call to get something done in Port Aransas, and that was always Bobby Sherwood. I appreciate your support. I appreciate when we've agreed, and most of the time we've agreed. When we've disagreed, we've always been able to work it out. Like you're supposed to be able to do with people. You're supposed to be able to have civil discourse and still be able to have a great level of respect. And we didn't have a lot of civil discourse. We didn't have a lot of discourse, but when we did, it was always civil. And you have been a stalwart in that community, and you have been an outstanding member of that community. And I don't mean just Port Aransas. I mean the island. I mean all of that area. And I really appreciate everything you've done. Anytime I needed something done, it was just I called Bobby Sherwood and it got done when it came to law enforcement. You took care of that Clayburg property. You stepped up and said we're going to take care of it. If I had a run that we were doing for charity, you got people out there to help, and the list goes on and on and on and on. And I've always tried to be a supporter of yours as far as when you've needed help here, and I've always tried to do that because I always knew that you were asking for the right reasons. You were one of those people, and we get asked by elected officials for countless things. There are some that I wonder why we're getting asked. I never wondered about why you asked for anything, because when you asked, you needed it. You didn't ask for a lot. You made do with what you got, and you did a heck of a job with everything you did. It's obviously by the support that you have from your family, from your work family, from those citizens who you have served for so long. And I look forward to further honoring you at a more appropriate time back here at this Commissioner's Court, in Port Aransas, on the island, wherever I want to be a part of it. I talked to Judge Neblett today and said, whenever the big party for Bobby Sherwood is before you go, I want to be a part of that, because you've earned it. You've earned this. I know this was not an easy decision for you, because I know you love what you do, and you love those guys standing behind you and the women that serve with you as well. So thank you. Seriously, all kidding aside, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate everything you've done for this county. And I don't think people will ever know a tenth of the stuff that you've done for this county. So thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Brent. I want to also, before they freak out about the Mardi Gras parade on the 18th, I'm still in office, and Chris is going to run it, but I'm going to be there. And then from then on, he'll take care of it. But I know that's a big event, and it
is.
Well, I've run it for, I don't know, 5, 6 years, whatever they've had it. Never had an incident. Nobody got run over, so I must be doing something right. So me and my staff will be there to take care of that.
And we appreciate that, because it is a big
Don't walk
event.
away yet, because I signed up for public comment as well. And although I haven't served in this capacity with you, my husband and I, we've known your family forever and cherished the friendships and the relationships we've had. We went through Harvey with you. You took care of us there. We cannot thank you enough for going over and above everything you have done throughout the years on that island, and the people you have helped, the people you have worked with, the families that you have come to their rescue. And believe me, we know it. You don't like to say you did, but we know exactly what you've done. And we are so thankful, and we've been so blessed to have you over there. I just have to tell you thank you from a personal standpoint. I know Brent talks on the elected side of everything you've done, but I've seen you in the trenches. I've seen you over there on the other side and helping us, and we're very blessed and very honored for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And Judge, I do have to, you said Harvey, and I've got to tell my quick story on that. I apologize. So we're in Harvey. It's okay. I'm going to do it anyway. He's been here 44 years. I'm going to talk. When that hurricane was coming, I remember sitting in the emergency center with Lloyd, and as we all kind of rotated in on that, and I asked the emergency guy, I said, well, what would you do if you were me? He said, I'd get the heck out of Dodge. So I'll be the first to tell you, I left town. The county judge can't, but I did. But I was checking in, and I thought, and then someone told me, no, Bobby's there. I said, what do you mean Bobby's there? Who stays in a freaking hurricane in Port Aransas, for all places? So I called. I'm in Austin, Texas. And I remember this very clearly. And I'm calling Bobby, and he's sitting in a house on stilts in the middle of Port Aransas,
telling me what's going on about what's washing down the road and what. I said, Bobby, what are you doing? He goes, well, me and who was it? It was the former mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Claude Brown, the former mayor of Port
You and
Aransas.
Claude Brown, I think, were the only two people that stayed in Port Aransas for the entire hurricane because you wanted to make sure everything was okay and no one looted in Port Aransas. And I thought, okay, seriously, if anybody's looting now, let them have it. Get out of town. But that was Bobby Sherwood, dedicated to the end and sitting in a hurricane. And then all of a sudden I'm talking to him in the middle of my call and click, the line goes dead. And that was the last I heard of Bobby Sherwood until after the hurricane. So we appreciate everything you've done, Bobby. Thank you very much.
That was a pretty hair-raising experience, and you know, I'm old enough that I saw Celia, and I thought that would be the worst thing I ever saw in my life, but it wasn't. Harvey was the worst. So.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything you do, sir.
Thank you, Jag. I mean, you and I have been around each other a long time, and you worked with my dad years ago, so you've known me for a long, long time. The only one I really don't know well is Mr. Modis here, Commissioner Modis, because our paths don't cross, but, you know, Commissioner Hernandez, I've known him for years and years too, and I'm probably the longest standing constable ever, but it's time for me to go, and I'm going to go. But, you know, and I got a little advice for these guys that are still here. If you can wait this long, your retirement is very good. So thank you very much. And you know, I mean, I hate to do this, but my family comes first.
God bless you, man.
Yes, sir.
I understand. Thank
Thank you, Bobby.
God
All right.
bless you.
For those of you who signed up for public comment, we will get back to this. I'm just going to get back on the schedule really quick. We were trying to let them get back out and get back to work. So we have the item E, the resolutions. We have the livestock show queens contestants. Are they outside? Does he want to bring them in?
You want to do the letter D?
Something, oh, the announcer of disclosure, conflicts of interest. Anybody have anything they want to disclose at this time? Thank you. Any conflicts of interest on here?
Not yet.
Nobody yet. You can always claim it again when it comes back up. But thank you for being here. Our queen is Giselle Delgado.
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you all for being here. If you want to all step up to the podium maybe and say your names for us, and then we have a little resolution, and we'd probably like to take a quick photo with you. We're kind of running behind, so we kind of do it quick. But if you just step up and say your name and which organization you come from. So.
Yes, ma'am. My name's Giselle Delgado. Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Giselle Delgado, and I'm the 2023 NCJLS Nueces County Junior Livestock Show Queen. I am representing London FFA, and I'm here with all of my beautiful contestants amongst me, so I'll let them introduce themselves.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mallory Calvis. I'm representing the Agua Dulce FFA chapter. I'm the first runner-up, and I'm also holding the Miss Congeniality title. Thank you all for being here.
Hi, I'm Kylie Noakes. I'm representing Run and Jam 4-H, and I'm your fourth runner-up.
Good morning, I'm Abigail Ross, and I'm representing Calallen 4-H. Good morning, everybody. I'm Hannah Hominick, and I'm proudly representing Nueces County 4-H Trap and Skeet. Good morning, I'm Kaylee Cargile, proudly representing River Hills 4-H.
Do you want to take a photo, guys, real quick with our resolution for them? Yeah, can y'all come down to the front? And we want to get a photo really quick with you guys, if we could.
Although Bobby left, I guess we don't get one with him.
Yeah, well, we're going to do a resolution for him, so we'll get the photo in. Yeah. Put it in there and just give it to us. Oh, that's not the right one. This one. Does the date have it? A date? Where'd she go? Okay. Want to go down there? Do you have the,
We can step here, you go down with them. And,
Okay.
Yeah, that way. It's kind of crowded down there.
do you have the envelope?
Good morning, how are y'all? Nice to see y'all. Congratulations. Hello. Good. Good morning. How are you? Haven't seen you in a while.
Half a step.
Half a step.
One, 2, 3.
Paparazzi. Thank you all very much, ladies. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all very much.
Congratulations. 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 Thank you, Coach.
Sorry you have to go back to school, Art. Could have delayed it a little longer for you, right?
That's the judge for commission.
Yeah.
Have a great day, young ladies. Congratulations.
You need a judge's excuse, right?
What is it? Or he's going to be online? What time is it?
Which one's that one?
Did y'all give him the Queens? I have this one here.
Don't, that's the one.
I've got one here. What is that? Did we have two? Yeah, we have one. Oh, okay. The next item is number 2, in recognition of Naval Air Station Corpus Christi being awarded the 2022 Commander-in-Chief's Annual Award for Installation Excellence. This says the men and women of Nueces County for outstanding and innovative efforts in delivering superb service to Naval Air Station Corpus Christi staff and tenant commands. Your coordinated team efforts contributed to NAS Corpus Christi winning the 2022 Installation Excellence Award. Your achievements reflect great credit upon yourself, your county, and the United States military. Do we have anyone here? We'd just like to say congrats and well done. Moving on then. I'm afraid. Here's the day. Why is the dog retiring is not up here? I have a resolution for it, but I don't have him at the top.
It's not on the.
No, where's it at?
If the dog's here, we can do it under public
consent?
comment.
And then was there a vote on number 2, Judge?
No, not yet.
It's just recognition.
It's just recognition. It wasn't a,
Okay.
yeah.
It's not a resolution.
No.
3B1, Judge, is what Emma said.
3D1.
3B as in boy.
B as in boy.
Under sheriff. Page 7 under sheriff, 3B1.
Mine doesn't have page numbers, but mine has B1, yes. We're going to skip around today. I'm very sorry, everyone. I've tried to stick to going down our item list, but I need to get a couple of things out of way. Is it okay to go ahead with this one, or should we do public comment really quick?
That's your call,
Yeah.
Judge.
Let's do this one.
You're in charge.
3B1, discuss and consider authorizing and approving the retirement and removal of county inventory. Apparently, I learned you have to do this when you retire an animal, a dog. Nueces County Sheriff's Office Law Enforcement K-9, new V tag number 64417, authorize and approve the agreement for the transfer of Nuvi to Nueces County Sheriff's Deputy Michael Perez and all related matters. I think we have to have a motion to remove. Thank you.
Second.
A second. All those in favor say aye, or any?
Aye.
Aye.
Where's the, do we have the dog?
Do we have, was outside, yes.
Oh,
And then, the dog is on her way. And then I'll have to have a motion to approve the agreement to transfer Nuvi to the Nueces County Sheriff's Deputy. I have
Second.
a motion and a second. Any discussion? None. All in favor?
aye.
And is the dog here yet? We'd like for them to come up. Yeah.
Not yet.
No?
Just come back. Yeah.
Just
Public
skip it?
comment.
Yeah. Then we'll go back to public comment.
Sorry. Excuse me.
First on the list, I have Nick Meyer. Do you want?
All right.
Hello.
Good morning. My name's Nick Meyer. I'm the owner of Breakaway Tackle, Corpus Christi. Thanks very much for giving us the opportunity to speak on a particular subject that's been brought to my attention, that the National Seashore are planning a NEPA meeting. And it was the NEPA meeting which they had prior, which destroyed Donna Shaver's turtle program, reinventing everything, and this does threaten our beach access rights. There, in the previous NEPA report, it clearly stated that. And what I'm here for is to bring this to the Commissioner's attention as a business owner in this town. It will affect monies coming into Corpus Christi. I'm hoping that the Nueces leaders, including Todd Hunter, Michael Cloud, and Mr. Gonzalez, are able to represent us at this NEPA meeting so they clearly understand what their plans are. Prior NEPA meetings, there was people from Florida who made decisions to close down that turtle program as it was, which Donna Shaver had run for 40 years. She was not even consulted. So it's a very aggressive thing. It can cost the community money, and we need to be involved to make sure everything's right, especially, Mr. Gonzalez, as it falls into your district, sir. And I'd like to thank you all for this moment, just to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2, Alberto Zertuche.
Sartuche.
Zertuche.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, everybody here.
If you'd state your name, please,
my name's
and your
Albert Sartuche.
address. Yes, sorry.
I'm owner of A to Z Tackle Distributing, owner of Hard Lives Bait and Tackle. I also own a YouTube channel here in Corpus because we fish. This is our biggest thing. We're one of the business owners that supply a lot of the other businesses here. And hearing about this yesterday was like, wow, if they do that, they're going to be cutting out millions of dollars of tax dollars or tourist dollars that come in. With that being said, this is something that, like Nick says, we need representation in this through this meeting, because if they have this, they're going to be closing down a section of the beach for extended periods of time, which will be a major, it'll be a catastrophic event for Corpus Christi, because the amount of people that come here to vacation for that stretch of beach will no longer be able to access it because of that reason. So that means those tourist dollars that would be coming to the city of Corpus Christi, Padre Island, would be going elsewhere. Tons of businesses will get affected, not just our own, hotels, restaurants, all the food chains, gas, every single business will be affected by this, because when these tourists come in, they need everything, and they get it all here from Corpus, from Padre Island. If they can't access those tourist places, they're going to go elsewhere. So this is something that, like Nick is saying, we need to move on this and make sure they know that we're going to stand by while they take more of our precious beaches away from us to be able to access for our kids, for future generations. Because if they take one, what's to stop them from taking more from us? It's just the start. And they did it with the turtle program, by circumventing a person who put her whole life into it, 40 plus years of putting her knowledge into this to protect the turtles, and now they're just trying to sweep the whole thing under the rug and take it all away from us. If they don't want to deal with it, give it back to the state. I mean, the state park for everybody will still be taken care of. Everybody will still be able to access it. And me as a fisherman, even though the turtles don't bring me revenue, I still watch out for them. Everybody else on our channel, in the community, we're always making the call, hey, we see a standard turtle, we do this. There's so many events that here as Corpus Christi residents and even the tourists, they know what to do to help out these turtles. So it's not like we're blatantly abandoning them. We're there to support them and give them the best help as human beings helping out our natural resources. So thank you very much, guys. Y'all have a blessed day.
Judge, I can't engage because it's public comment, but don't leave. I'd like y'all to talk to my assistant about that because we've done a lot of stuff on the turtles, and I don't know about that meeting, and I'd like to find out. So if y'all could go talk to Peyton before you leave, I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much because we're all very interested in that turtle issue. So, but because it's public comment, I can't do much more than that.
Zach Porter, if you state your name and address, please, first. I haven't been asked.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Zach Porter, and I own a small business out on the island called Overland America. We rent Jeeps, Broncos, and off-road campers for the explicit purpose of exploring and enjoying the beaches down here in the Corpus and the Padre Island National Seashore. Not only would an event like this affect the small businesses, I think you guys understand the second and third order effects of this, but I've seen this up in the Black Hills. That's where our other location is. When the federal government comes in and they do these, they kind of do it backhanded, and I'd like for the commission to take this very seriously and maybe even appoint a commission to handle this for you guys, to be at every single meeting that they try to present and fight this tooth and nail. But thank you all very much. I just wanted to let you guys know that it is very, very serious. It will have significant effect on a lot of small businesses here on the island. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Rachel Caballero.
Good morning, Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. I come in peace. I'm here as a liaison for Broken Chains Recovery Center. I'm on their board. They're a nonprofit they're a faith-based nonprofit that helps people trying to recover from addictions. And we're just here to request a status update. This is new to me. I have not been a part of this parliamentary process. So I wanted to, on September 7th, the court, the commissioners, you guys approved a $300,000 grant to Broken Chains Recovery through the ARPA funds. That was on September 7th. It's now been 5 months, and there's a real estate contract that's pending. That's the down payment. They have currently outgrown their facility, and this is going to allow them to house more people in recovery. So this is a timeline of events. I'm not sure if this lady is working, but there should be a handout in that manila folder that she was supposed to give you guys when I came up. So this has been going on for 5 months, and now the real estate transaction is in jeopardy. So I'm asking the court what we should do next to try to expedite this. I know that this was approved under the previous judge, so we definitely would like to get a consensus on how we should move forward so we can be able to help this 501c that is a huge, huge, huge positive impact to our community. Right now, they are turning several people down because they don't have the space. Being able to purchase this new real estate would allow them to serve more people in need. So if we could just get either maybe let us know how we need to proceed. I think it might be in the courts, the attorney's office. I'm not even sure. So I think that we've been dealing with Lulu Rivera. So if we could maybe get some next steps so we can get this funding, and we don't lose this magical piece of real estate because of procedural issues. Thank you very much. And I just want to commend the environment now. It's very team-oriented, it feels like, and peaceful. I appreciate that, and I commend you all for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I can comment that we're going to discuss ARPA things here, so you may get some updates later. Yes, it's on the agenda. Yes. Dale Switala.
Good morning. My name is Dale Swatella, 2818 Hulbert Street, Corpus Christi, 78407. I'm here to speak about the new pier replacement. I saw on the news the other day that y'all were going to have to redo the plans and everything for the pier pilings going out. And I wanted to mention, have y'all seen the...
Can you talk a little louder, sir?
I'm sorry. Have y'all seen the Port Aransas pier and pavilion and restaurant? It's built back from the water line. There's at least 100 feet, I'd say, between the pavilion and restaurant and the water line. It's open beach. People are welcome to go play there. They're welcome to sit under the pilings. And our pier and pavilion the pavilion area has been almost completely underwater for many, many years. So I'm suggesting that you move that pavilion and restaurant back about 200 feet from your new plans instead of putting it on top of the water like the old one was. Because people used to, when it had land under it, sit under there to get out of the hot sun. And I think that's a great idea. And you could move the dune line back a couple hundred feet and then move the pier and the building part back a couple hundred feet. And then that would give you at least 100 or 150 feet of beach in front. And erosion, say in a few years, which erodes 50 feet, you still got 100 feet of beach in front of the pavilion for tourists and for visitors, instead of letting it be on the water again. That just doesn't make any sense to me to put the pilings and the pavilion and restaurant on the water. Just go look at Port Aransas. Y'all probably have pictures of the Port Aransas pier and pavilion. Just look at how it's always crowded around there because people love that. And I want ours to be that way too. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Durrell.
Sorry, my daughter's getting thrown in deep into the pool. This is her first month on the job. I have no business other than to congratulate Connie on her election, and I echo the previous lady's comments about the atmosphere. I've heard it from many people in this building that it has changed a lot. I asked my daughter to drop off a packet that is about the miradors that our foundation built on the seawall, and let each one of y'all let it collect dust in your offices, like a lot of other things that have been given. But first and foremost, I just wanted to thank everybody for their hard work. The work is just beginning. As we all know, we have a lot of work to do, and I wanted to just say congratulations, peace, and good luck. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the public comment I have signed up. If you wish to sign up to speak. And I think the dog is here now, so I'm sorry. We thought you were right outside of the room when we pushed that item up to get you taken care of. But we have this recognition for you, and please come up. We'd like a picture if that would be okay. If y'all want a picture with the dog, guys.
Oh, that's a great dog. I'm going down for a picture with the dog.
Yeah, I want everybody to get down for this one. Sorry. I don't like things out of order.
He's 9 years old.
So anyway, I'm sure most of y'all knew this, that a deputy like this, because she is a canine, has always been viewed upon as property, right? County property. And now, I'm sorry, Nueve, but you're surplus county property. And so anyway, the legislature took this up, I believe it was back in 2018, and for destruction, it allowed for surplus county property, like a service dog, to retire with the handler and the handler's family. And we're extremely grateful that the voters approved that in 2019. That was Prop 10. And so anyway, Nueve, thank you. She's not done. If Michael hadn't told you, she's done extensive work at Driscoll Children's Hospital, and she's going to continue to do that work as a reserve deputy dog. And so we're gonna keep her, and Michael's going to continue to allow her a wristwatch. So I'd like you, Judge, to present the retired deputy badge to Nueve, and you might have to give it to Michael.
That's her work collar thing.
Oh, it's the end of the world. Let's go home. Oh, kind of back. She's running for commissioner next election.
Yeah, we'll keep her. Yeah, exactly.
Is that it? Absolutely.
Are we getting it up too?
Intermittently.
Maybe there's some weather that's interrupting. I don't know.
Guys, we're going to move to agenda items 8 and then 9 because we have the Texas Association of Counties representative online only until 10:30. So we want to make sure that he is available for questions or anything like that since this is
On the regular agenda?
on the regular agenda. Yes. And number 8 is discuss and consider county allocation plan process of the American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds to charities, including eligibility requirements for subrecipients and beneficiaries and related matters. And I think, Lulu, you're going to present this. You have some paperwork for us as well, possibly the contract to...
Good morning, County Judge and County Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm here to discuss some matters related to nonprofit organizations. There's some documents that need to be passed out.
This is for the application, Lula. So let's go to could you pull the application so we can show
For
it to the public? Correct.
For the nonprofits, and there's been a lot of discussion throughout the months, and it's held off too long. So we've had several meetings. I think a lot of times the previous administration and what you had voted on had been the interim rules. We have the final rules now that have been sent, and we needed to clarify. We're also trying to get a process where we can get this approved, this final application, get it on the agenda. The approval, February 28th, I think, is the deadline for that, possibly if we move forward with that, and then hopefully get the monies out to the nonprofits as soon as possible. This was our fix to trying to take care of a problem that's gone on for way too long. So now I'll turn it over to you.
Correct. So currently we are in the process right now of getting policies in place, which should have been done from inception. So we're working on that right now. Currently, mainly because of the nonprofit organizations that are requesting funds, we've created an application which, as you will see, it qualifies them under a $50,000 threshold. And this is due to the 2 CFR 200 under U.S. Department of Treasury rules, that any nonprofit organization or entity, non-federal entity, must follow procurement procedures, and that is in the in the guidelines. Sorry, and so there needs to be some measures that whoever submits an application, they have to meet all those requirements that are there.
Is that the application process right here?
That is correct.
And it's 10 pages. So I thought when we were in there it was very short, 3 pages.
Correct. So other attachments have been included, and this also includes non-supplant.
The problem,
document.
and when we met with the Texas Association of Counties, a lot of nonprofits had been waiting on their money. What we've been told, because of this 2 CFR, is any smaller nonprofit that we gave anything in excess of $50,000 would have to go by our rules and procurements, purchasing, bidding, lengthy, extensive rules that they would have to go by as well. And basically the way it was explained to us, because there are so many different little entities and nonprofits, we would almost have to take them and do them ourselves to make sure that the proper documentation was implemented and the proper procedures, because skipping one little procedure would disqualify us from the funds. What we have come up with is, if you fill out this paperwork that Lulu and TAC has thoroughly gone over and approved, that we can give any nonprofit, 501c3, $49,000 if you are, and we don't have to do the procurements, we don't have to come back, and you don't have to do the 3 years of reporting afterwards. You can take the money and do with it what you want and use the money to help the people that you help immediately without all the requirements.
I don't know, Judge, I think we need to clarify what you want. Because I
Correct.
don't think they can do what they want. I think it has to be targeted at the project they're working on.
Correct. So this
Targeted- yeah,
application.
at your, at the 501c, what your target is as a 501c to grow, yes. Very clear that it's not exactly take the money, take it home and spend it. I meant as a 501c, the services you provide to the community, you can spend it like that without reporting, without the 3 years of additional reporting, without everything that we get all involved in your business. You just take it and use it wisely. Yes.
So let's just get into the detail of this, not the application. So we're proposing to the court to have a cap amount of $49,000 for all these nonprofits, right? And we're proposing here how it's going to be the process. Not everybody's going to get the $49,000. It's a process we are proposing to have, depends on the number of employees. So that's a process that we're proposing to the court. Now, there are going to be requirements that we had to follow, because we had the treasury rules and we had it, so those are really complex, right? So is to comply with the 2 CFR. If we go through the process, also the $49,000 still has to have some purchasing guidelines that we had to have, like when you're going to buy something, you had to request the 2 quotes, right? So that's even we do that one. So that's something that these nonprofits they have to do as well.
If they're using the money for purchasing, like.
Correct. So it's going to be some kind of, we need, because at the end of the day, the
That's why
county
the
is
form has to
responsible.
be filled out. That's why the form is detailed.
Correct. So this form, it has everything in detail. It's already on the website. Correct. Commissioner?
Judge, would it be okay if we did 8 and 9 together because there's some overlap?
Yes.
If that's okay, just for the record. So let's be a little more blunt, and y'all are being nice, and I appreciate it. The reason we are here is because there was such a rush by the former administration to do everything, and it was all done wrong. So let's just call it like it is. It was done wrong because we weren't following the rules last year, because it was rush, shove everything down throats. And so basically now we're having to go back and fix a mess, and it's a mess, and we know it's a mess, and we're trying our best to fix the mess. I appreciate the county manager and our new ARPA manager, and for those of you who don't know, this is our new ARPA manager. She didn't introduce herself. She's done really good work in regards to keeping us on task and having like agreements in place and following the rules. Because if we do this wrong, then we and the charities or anyone we give the money to is on the hook for it. So if we don't do this right, because there's always strings attached. Nobody gives you money for nothing. So there are strings attached, and if we don't follow these rules, and if we don't do the processes right, then the federal government can come back after the county and back after the charities, and that's the last thing we want. So the next item, and the reason I wanted to call it together, is you're going to see a bunch of allocations on there. You want to talk? Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment that if these procedures aren't followed, the Treasury does come back, it'll impact general fund at the end of the day.
Right, and that's what we would have, right. And so this items, this is the application process, and I do want to ask about anything over 50,000 because I think you're all working on another one for over 50. But if it's over 50 and the charity can't apply for over 50, that will have to go through procurement. There will be much more standards that you have to go through, and that's not a bad thing. And we're not saying don't do it to the charities. We're saying you're going to have to go through a whole different process for anything over $50,000. And she's nodding, and as soon as she doesn't, if I say something wrong, you correct me. I know you will. And so the next item, which we're discussing too, and Judge, what I would suggest we do is at some point, but I'm not trying to cut anything off, but at some point we need to have a big staff meeting with all these charities and everybody we've allocated to. Go have a meeting with them so that everybody gets a chance to come and talk and be heard and listen, because we can't spend 3 or 4 hours doing this today, but because we're just getting this for the first time. And so what I'm hoping is what we can do is if people want to talk, they can. I don't want to cut anybody off, but I want to be able to have a separate meeting with staff so that you can go sit down and invite all the charities that we've allocated to, have everybody sit in the room so that you can go through everything, go through these rules with them, tell them why this is what it is so that everybody understands that we are not going to not follow the rules anymore. We are going to do this right. We want to get people the money, but unfortunately it's not a simple thing of just writing people a check, because unfortunately it was all done wrong before. All those allocations were done wrong with no contracts, with no anything. Rush. We're not, we're not doing that anymore. We are committed to doing this right, but we're committed to getting them the money. So on these next items, on 9, go ahead.
And so as a county ourselves, we have to justify every single penny. So if we have to have those measures, I mean, everybody else does as well.
That's
So,
go ahead.
That's what I'm saying, that it's so important that you follow the process, but, when you put an application of what you're gonna do, you're responsible as a nonprofit to do that. Because if not, you're gonna fall back on us,
Yes.
but it's also gonna fall back on the nonprofit.
Absolutely.
So, and this is one thing you have to understand, that at the end of the day, if you don't do it right, you might have to give that money back. And this is what we don't want. So it has to be done right, it has to be done by the application. Whatever the application shows you're gonna do, that's what you have to do. You can't deviate from that, because that's not what's on the application. So, and I know that we promised the world to a lot of people, and it was just promises, and we just couldn't keep those. There's no way you're going to be able to keep those promises.
But I mean, and then will you come? I'm sorry.
But we're trying
we
to
also
come
have a
back and
question
really
online.
set the process right? And hopefully, by what Commissioner Chesney is saying is, we have to follow the rules and stay within those boundaries.
Correct.
We can't deviate.
And Lulu, let me ask you, is there another application coming out for the over 50,000? So that, because I see the 50,000 one, right? And I guess we're going to adopt this today. But is there another one coming out? Because for those that were allocated those funds, but we don't want to not give them to them, but we have to, they're going to have to go through a whole different process to apply for them, right?
dependent on their needs.
Right.
And if it falls within and it's called under the U.S. Department of Treasury expenditure category. There are certain subsections that they have to qualify. If it doesn't qualify, then
They don't get it. They don't get it.
Right. So what I would, and I'm not trying to, I know there's other people, but I'm just going to finish up mine. What I would do is I would like to make a motion that we have a meeting quickly with staff and all these charities, and you reach out to them and call them and tell them to come and go through these rules with them, give them stuff in advance, give them all this stuff that we just got recently that we're still digesting, and then like soon, and then and help them with the applications. Like we want to help them apply. So my motion would be to have that meeting very soon with staff and all these charities to help them apply so that we can get them the money as fast as we possibly can. So that would be my motion. And then I know there's other discussion.
I second the motion, but I second it because I think what you brought up a good point, Commissioner, is the fact that they also, we never thought about how many employees you have. That was never even brought up.
There's a lot of rules.
There's a lot
When
of
it was
rules in there that
approved,
we didn't
yes.
even know about.
There is.
So we have to be real careful.
We also have a question. Jeremy Coleman with NAACP has had his hand
Just
up
to
for a
clarify,
while.
this application is for the 1 million that the court allocated for the nonprofits.
But
So
we-
that's what we're talking today. And then agenda item number 9 is when the allocation that was given last year through
That's
different
for the
administration.
larger-
Correct.
That's for the
different-
larger ones that you want to have the meeting on.
Right. Is there a different application for that? Or is
It's
there
going to be a different application for everything above 50,000.
Right, so all those allocations that were given last year incorrectly rushed through by the person rushing it through, we're now having to go back and clean this up.
That's
and
correct.
do it the right way. So,
And it's important to mention that Lulu and myself, we didn't have documents last year. So we were like working last month, like really hard to get this and just get it done.
I acknowledge
Like
that,
right.
absolutely, and I acknowledge that. If I didn't do it well enough, you guys have done great work in trying to clean up a mess that you didn't create. So,
And I do want to stress that county attorney has been working with us closely as well because they were also blindsided.
Jeremy Coleman is online. If you want to unmute him, he had a question very quickly. Sorry, we haven't gotten to you. It's been a lot going on here.
Yeah, Judge, my question to the court is if the nonprofits do not have staff, that automatically disqualifies them based on this application that I'm seeing?
I don't know. That's why we have to have this.
There's measures
that's a
in
great
the
question.
application.
No, it says application, if you have less than one FT, you can get 5,000. So that's what we're proposing here for the nonprofits.
Correct.
And isn't the Texas Association of Counties might be online. He might
Yeah,
answer that better.
yeah,
Let's ask him.
Let's let them answer.
Yes. Oh,
Sorry.
Tramer, sorry. Can we unmute you?
Are we trying to get to talk? Yes, John. I can't unmute, but I can ask him to unmute.
Okay.
Give me that.
There we go.
Did you hear that question before you? We had a question for you. If you could help us out here, we appreciate it and appreciate your time being on here today.
Sure, no problem. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, a very good question.
Can he just identify himself? I don't know.
Oh, sorry. Can you identify yourself first online?
Kramer Wojcik, I'm the Digital Liaison and County Relations Officer for the Texas Association of Counties. I'm a retired county judge myself in Lavaca County, and I've been working for TAC for 3 years. I kind of spearheaded the American Rescue Plan Act education portion that we did for judges, commissioners, and many others. So the idea behind the spread of under the 50,000 is give you some control over it. And the 0 to 5 employees and the amount of money that you give is a good plan. We know that all these things that you set up are not going to be perfectly set up for every organization. There should be flexibility in there, but that's completely under the control of the court to do those things. But there has to be some kind of standards in there to where you have a pattern that works fairly for everybody.
So you're saying that's not a part of the ARPA requirements. That's a part of what some other commissioners' courts have adopted and used.
Yes.
And so, can I ask? That's a good question because I don't want to limit
anybody
with these employees if we don't have to. All I want to do is follow the rules that we have to follow. But if there's flexibility on these employees, I don't want to, ding someone because they don't have enough employees. I want to be able to give, whatever we feel is appropriate. So is that employee thing a rule, or is that just a suggestion by the county? I just need to know because I don't want to limit it to just a number of employees.
It's generally speaking a suggestion that's something that comes. You can find it on the national level. It's a rule that's been approved, or it's a standard that's been approved multiple times by Treasury for other counties across the United States to do things. It doesn't mean that has to be the exact way that you do things. It's a standard that's been approved, but if you find other ways that are reasonable that you want to do things, those are okay too.
Okay.
So is it in your opinion then, if we take that out, are we still going to get approved with the policy that you saw? That I wasn't in the meeting when y'all came up with this. So is it your opinion if we just took the number of employees out limits and left it at the other, we would still be approved?
I think you would be approved personally by taking it out, but I would recommend putting in some kind of standard by which you have some regulation over what it is. It doesn't have to be that complex. It doesn't have to be based on employees. It can be based on different measures as to how big and effective the organization is when it comes to serving the public.
So we could base it on the project they're going to do. Is the project going to cost $25,000 or $40,000? We can base it on the project if they have one employee. Would that be possible?
Yeah, because some groups don't have any employees. I mean, and that's not the reason. That can't be where we. If that's not a hard and fast rule, I'm not comfortable with that. I mean, I thought it was a hard and fast rule, and I'm not discounting your work because y'all have done great work. I really appreciate it, and I know you're just making suggestions to us, and we have to make the decision. So I know that's what you're doing, but I want to give as much deference to these charities as we can, and the employee is not the
answer
standard for me anyway. I mean, there's got to be a better, it's got to be another way of doing it. How many people they serve, I don't know, something, but that how many people they serve, the impact the project has, something. But employees just is not enough for me because
project they want to do.
That's just going to
Then it
eliminate
would be
a lot of people from getting
dependent
in.
on their needs.
Right.
without violating the procurement rule.
Yeah, because a lot of these charities can't afford to have employees because they're broke. That's why they need help.
Yeah.
So we got to do it some other way. I mean, but good start. No, it's a great start, and I appreciate, Judge, that's a great clarification question that you asked, because I just thought this was how we had to do it. You know, we just got this yesterday or whatever the day before, so we're still learning too. So great question, Judge. But yeah, I'd like to come up with another way to do it.
And there's some nonprofits that they have just volunteers, so they don't have employees. That's something. So we can make that distinction. It's a court's decision. This is not something, as stated by Trevor, it's not something it's a best practice that mostly all the counties are doing, but it's up to the court how you want to do it.
It's on the project you're going to do.
Yes,
I think
on what you're going to provide,
what are you
and
gonna
not
do?
who's providing,
Yeah.
not how many people you have, yes.
That project costs you 25, or costs you 40, then we should look at that.
So, yeah, let's come up, if we can come up with something today so that we can not delay this any longer. I don't know what the standard is. I don't know what everybody thinks, but I mean, to me, it can't be employees. It's got to be something.
Not employees at all.
The effect of, the impact of the project. I mean, Judge, I'm asking this judge, do you have any other suggestions? I don't know if he left or maybe he's still there.
Then this would be dependent on the procurement.
Sorry, say again?
I'm still here.
I was just wondering, do you have any other suggestions on how you've seen it done?
Some of the other, and this is why it is flexible, because you get the opportunity to know your community, know what these impacts are, and make the best decisions on how to rank these different nonprofits and what have you. And it probably is best to take a look at each one individually. That's time consuming. But if you want to be really accurate about what you do, then it's probably going to be not only the application process, but an interview process as well too. I would suggest having standardized ways in some form or fashion. Probably the employee is the hard, fast line thing that's probably not very accurate, because it doesn't really recognize the impact that the nonprofits have on the community. That's what you want to expand. That's what you want to be. That's what you want to multiply. You want to be able to put $1 in and have the maximum benefit to your constituents come out in the form of services.
So if we had something that said we just took out the employee, because there's no one's going to qualify for $49,000 under this proposal, because you got to have 25 full-time employees, and no charity in town has 25 full-time employees. Yeah. So I think if we took out the employee thing and just said it based on the impact that that it has, and that has to be filled out in the application, and then that's reviewed by staff. And again, if we have to interview everybody, we're never going to get that done either. I mean, because we're going to have a bunch of people applying, and that's going to delay it inevitably as well. So we've got to come up with something, maybe it's based on the value to the community as assessed by a small committee really fast. Something that's like expedient, because we got to get these people their money, but we got to do it right, and this employee thing doesn't work.
Well, I still think that'd be, I mean, the way you look at it is whatever you put in the application is a project, that's the project you got to do.
Right.
I mean, if you only got the 49,000, that's all you got. So, I mean, if your project costs 25,000, you're not going to get 49,000.
Right.
So, I mean, that's.
So that could be a good measure, just to see receiving the backup for the nonprofit, like what exactly will be that project, and then we just go from there. Obviously, they had to qualify through all the process, but that will be a good.
Prove you're a nonprofit, and then you just say what you're going to do.
Yeah, exactly.
With the
What
money,
is your plan?
And then it can be because that
knowing
would be,
that it's up to 49,000 for this 1 million.
That would be a very easy. All we need to do
Exactly,
is
and that way today we just have a process.
Make sure a nonprofit, and then make sure you provide the services, and we're good to go. And this could get moving a lot quicker. Keep the deadlines. Just take the whole employee thing off of there. Yes.
If you just said something based on the value of the project to the community.
Yes.
Then that would be as assessed. I mean, if as assessed.
So we want to change the wording. Are you going to make a motion to take that out and change the wording? I see you writing all kinds of stuff.
I'm trying to work on that. I mean.
Okay, I see you.
I'm writing. I'm trying and see if this will work. I was just going to say, taking out the nonprofit, or taking out the employee and adding based on the value of the project to the community as assessed and recommended by staff quickly.
And we have an example from Jim Wells of a weighted scoring process that might be helpful to speed things along that we can
Quickly.
provide.
Like, yeah.
For the
Yeah, it needs to be
nonprofits,
quick.
for the
Yes.
smaller amounts, good.
So can I go back? I think I had the one motion on the
Yes.
floor. Can we vote on, if that's all right, that one, and then I'll come back to this one and make a motion on to have that meeting with the nonprofits to go through all this?
Yep, we've got a motion in a second already.
As far as the timeline of submitting the application, it's 1 month. Is that suffice?
Meaning, what does that mean, 1 month? That they
There's-
have 1 month? Or-
Correct. I believe it's on the 4th page. There's a time frame for application submittal.
Where
They
is it?
had a time frame for the application, and then we were trying to get a time frame where we could get it agreed upon. Then we also thought at the first March meeting, if this was February 28th, I talked to Dale, we could do a consent agenda item, clearing everyone, and have a special check run for these small nonprofits where we could get them their checks
So-
sometime first meeting in March, first week in March. We
I'm
wanted to
glad you
do
brought
this.
that up,
It's
Judge, 'cause
waited 5 months. They need to get their money soon.
I was concerned, especially about the
Yes.
groups that have been promised, especially the smaller ones. I mean, like we've all said, I mean, who has that many full-time
Exactly.
employees? They're volunteers, and they may put full-time hours as volunteers, but they may not show up on the tax rolls as, paid, full-time equivalent. So that's my concern. But if we can get this done quickly, that would be my biggest question about it all. This is, to me, nuance. I mean, I'm thankful that you all caught this, that the team worked on this. And, I believe, we were trying to make use of the money, and the rules were still kind of being rolled out. But now that we've caught this, and now we realize what other communities are doing, yeah, we do need to take time to step back and say, let's make sure we're getting this done the right way. So I'm glad that we're at that point. But, Judge, that's definitely my concern with what
Mine
you're
as well.
saying is,
Yes.
let's get this done. Let's get it resolved quickly for those smaller groups, especially we're relying on it. They have been waiting close to a year and a half now, or by then will be more than a year and a half. And then it's all done with, and then we can move on. The rest of it, get this all cleaned up and continue to move forward and finalize it, so.
Yes, Commissioner, as Judge Cow was saying, she came to me and asked a question about how quickly, once everything's approved by our harbor manager and brought to court, and y'all approve it and say, these are justified, these are valuable, and these can be done. As soon as y'all do this, I can have my AP staff immediately process checks, and I just need to make sure y'all are okay to have a early release authorization.
I have a question, Judge.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
If these charities can't afford to hire people, and what if they do have volunteers that put in so many hours, full-time hours, can they be credited for that? If they put full-time hours, to the charity, not get paid, can that charity be credited for that? Is there something that we can do?
It should be, but I think we're probably fixing to have a motion to take the employee numbers out of there. We all think that's too much for these nonprofits. I think that's, Commissioner Chesney's fixing to come with that motion.
All right.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we have a motion on the floor first and a second. And you want to repeat the motion because I can't repeat it right now.
Renzo, you want to repeat the motion? That was 10 minutes ago.
I know. It's like, what is the motion?
It's a motion for meeting with staff and charities.
Oh, yeah, on the larger amounts, yes,
And
okay.
I would say let's
To
do that meeting.
come up with a plan.
Can we pull that meeting off like by Friday?
Yeah,
Can you notify
we need
everybody,
to.
Lulu, and put that together?
Next week or this week?
Yeah, let's do it by Friday.
Yeah.
I mean, let's get the meeting to where these people understand how to fill out the application and do it and get it done and show them what the rules are.
I
And
think you'd probably do it next week, Commissioner, thank you.
Today's already Wednesday.
I get it, but they've been waiting for months. Okay, Monday.
Let's give them a week. Can we give them a
We
week?
can't post it. We got to give them,
No, it's not a posting. It's just a staff meeting. It's not us.
I thought you wanted us there
Nope.
too.
I
Yeah.
want staff to sit down with them and, because we can't, it'll
Explain
take
to
forever
them what the
coordinate.
rules are in the process, and if they choose their project, what is going to be required moving forward if you go for it. Okay.
Yeah, I just
So,
want this to be staff-driven. Lulu can explain it all. She knows the rules.
Monday.
She can help them apply. She can help them fill
Okay.
out applications, and that way we can get this moving.
So the recommendation for
We'll make Monday then?
this,
Monday's good.
for Monday,
So move.
We have a motion to set this up for all the nonprofits who are, and you'll need to contact everybody on this list who has tentatively been told they're approved and ask them to have a representative there so you can sit down with them or whoever and discuss this. So we have a motion and a second to
Excuse me,
have
Judge?
this on Monday. Yes,
I
sir.
have one question. Does this mean that we're going to approve whatever Lulu and they come up with? I mean, that's going to be it?
It will have to come back
We're
just
still-
like this for
No,
the
we're still working.
nonprofits, and
Discuss
we'll
it, right?
still have to approve it.
No,
yes.
that's the next motion. That's,
Yes.
we're still working
Yeah.
on this. This is just to get the meeting set.
This is just so they get in together and they understand if they move forward with these larger amounts, what's going to be required of them, because they were never told that in the previous administration about how difficult it's going to be, and you choose to do whichever way you want to do. So, yes. So we have a motion, a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. We are going to get you together with them on hopefully Monday, you and Lulu, and I might sit in on that as well, be there, but let's try to get some clarification and help everybody out. Your
Judge.
next motion, yes.
Can I apologize, I told Dr. Fagan I would do this, and Commissioner Miles was kind enough to remind me he's on the line. I was going to table 2 items related to him so he didn't have to stick around. Would that be okay if I do that? I
Yes,
meant to
go
do that
ahead.
at the beginning, that's my fault. And that was items G1 and executive session D, and any affiliated item with executive session D.
Yes.
I think it's, yeah.
It's just D, right? We have a motion and a second to table any of those items till later. I have another
To the-
table. Do you want to do one more?
Yeah, it would be to the next regularly scheduled meeting that we're going to discuss later.
What is it?
So that it would be specialty item D, executive session D, and
G1.
what did I just, yeah, and.
G1.
Regular agenda G1.
Yes.
D1, thank you. Those 3
Yes.
items tabled till the next regularly scheduled meeting in February, whenever that is.
To the next meeting. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you, Commissioner Myers, for reminding me.
And you had another motion as well for
Well-
this agenda item. We're back on.
So, no pride of authorship, anybody has wants to do it better, that's fine, but my motion would be to take out to amend the nonprofit size employee category and substitute based on the value of the project to the community as assessed and recommended by staff in a quick and efficient manner.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to take out the part on the employee numbers. I don't know if you could hear down there, Commissioner Hernandez, sorry.
So just to going back to the dates.
I'm going to go back to that too.
Okay, yes,
I'm
because
just doing one at a time, yeah.
I just want to make sure, just to put it out there, sometimes, let's see, whoever is applying the nonprofit, they don't have the SAM.gov. It takes time to get that.
What?
The SAM.gov is required by that, and you might just go a little bit more detailed for that little.
It's a unique identity number that every nonprofit or any organization has
It's kind of
to
like
identify themselves that they
federal
are
ID number, your
Okay.
ID
So
number. but-
registered
They should have that.
as an
They should
IRS.
have that, but if they don't have it, it could take time to get it. So just put it out there.
They
Just
should have that, I mean, I hope,
Some don't.
right,
Yeah.
okay.
And then
Yeah, it should
regarding
be
the
fairly
2
simple.
tables, was there a vote on the tables?
Yes, there was
Okay.
unanimous, sorry.
Okay, so do we vote
Okay.
on that one?
No, you were just making your motion
seconded
on
it.
this one. He seconded, and,
That was G1, right?
No, it was on.
no, that
This
is
is on-
A8 to amend the employee
Oh, yeah,
section.
okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And take that out and try to expedite some of this for our nonprofits to get them their money quicker. So we have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Judge,
Motion passes.
you were wanting to speed up the application dates because you were talking about getting a check quicker. Like this application date, it says it's not even due till March 8th. So if you want to address that, because you brought up getting a check
I don't have a
quick-
copy of that. I don't know I haven't seen, I've seen the original one when we were in discussions, but I don't have one of those. I've been
According-
looking everywhere trying to get one.
According to this, it's a February 8th application to open and a March 8th application's due. That doesn't mean we can
No,
process
we,
it quicker.
We had February 1st open, February 28th applications are due, and then I didn't have a date on that. We just said the first March meeting to be able to bring it for approval and do a checks run the same day. I think, Dale, I talked to you and you said if we do that on March the 8th it is, then we could possibly have a check that Friday to the nonprofits. March the 10th, then that would be, right?
Because this wasn't ever brought up as an exception item, it would need to be an exception item for you to be approved for release.
Yes, and
Maybe I'm looking at the old one, sorry. Is this the old one with the March dates? Because I do have two, thank you.
Oh, that's it. You're looking right.
that's it. You're looking right. Mhm.
So there's two.
It says March
One has
8th.
February 28th and one has March 8th. They both
Oh,
have the
mine
employee.
had February 28th for the deadline to turn it in, and March 8th
Oh, is that the revised one?
is the meeting where we will approve. I'm sorry?
The one on the screen is the one I was giving this morning.
Okay, so
Okay.
you're right, Judge. It's got the February 1 applications open, February 28th they're due. So is that the one you are wanting to go with? Yeah.
February 28th they're due, and then March 8th is our first meeting in March, and hopefully get that approved and people get their checks March 10th.
Good with me.
We want to get this out. This has been 5 months waiting. We need to start this moving and get this done. Yes.
And Lulu, do we have a dollar amount for the Sea Life Center?
Yeah, it's on there.
No, it has November 2nd on both categories.
Oh, sorry.
It has a date, but it doesn't have
In the
dollar amount.
backup, John, it's got.
Well, I'm just looking at the handout you just gave us. Is it
Yeah,
on
in
the
the-
backup?
Yeah, in the backup, it has,
Okay.
I believe it has $250,000
Okay.
for the Sea Life Center.
That's on the larger amount.
It's on the-
Right, that's on the larger one.
Profits.
Yeah, but that's the one where
Thank you.
we're going to have to clean that up.
And it's important to note that the funds need to be spent by a certain date.
2026. They have to be spent by 2026, but when you turn these in, and yes. So we already had a motion. We changed the employee. Are you wanting to change those dates, or we want to keep them? We're fine. You're not doing a motion
I
to
was
change
looking
the
at the
dates?
old one instead of the new one, Judge, I'm sorry.
Okay, so now
Second.
we had a motion. I think we already voted. Everything's fine. I just thought he had another he
Oh,
wanted to
ma'am,
change.
I
so.
apologize.
On item 9, do you want to talk about those, or are we going to wait since we're going to schedule a meeting Monday for y'all to take over with all the over amounts, the larger ones? I think we'll move that on and let you meet with them and then come back.
Yeah, so that would be, that's the only question I had, is because I think we need to make that real clear, just quickly. Again, done incorrectly, big mess. Y'all
So
have worked hard to
I
clean it up.
provided this list, and it's all the nonprofit organizations, and it's listed by amounts. So are we going to make all these nonprofits 49,000?
Right, yeah.
We can't, because we gave 4 million in the middle, to MHID. We can't make them 49,000.
No, it should be a case by case.
Case
It's
by case.
different
If they
because
come to
over
you and want to
50,000
do
is
the
a different
report.
process.
Okay, so, because my understanding is, there's another category now of over
Subrecipient.
50,000.
Yes.
That y'all are going to come up with rules and process that you're going to show everybody, look,
Correct.
before you just get this money, you have to go through procurement and all these other things. So we're not saying that the potential doesn't exist to give them the money, right? We're saying, depending on what they're going to use it for and what the application says, they may or may not qualify, right?
Okay, so everybody on this list was considered a beneficiary, meaning no justification, no documents, and just a blank check, or just a check, and then
Right.
be
So
on their way. So that's my concern.
Done wrong
Yes.
by former folks. We're not there anymore. So my question to you is, does the possibility exist to still give that money to them in another way? And if so, what is that way?
It's under review with the county attorney. However, we're getting pushback on
Well,
what was done previously.
The worst thing could happen, we just push back to 49,000 if they qualify for the 49,000.
Yeah, but,
You know, so that's what we have to look at, really.
I mean, Jenny,
but
if you would like to clarify.
but that's the problem with the broken chains. Let's lay it all out.
Stop here.
Broken Chains, who we allocated 300,000, Sea Life 250,000, Agape Ranch 269. So those people were counting on that money as represented by former people. And so how do we, is there a possibility, and you're saying it's under review, is there a possibility that those people can still get that money? And if so, how? And if not, we need to tell them and be honest.
As far as the procedures before, the court did vote, as it always does, to set aside a certain amount of money. And now the process of getting contracts signed and agreements made, that's a natural part of the progression. So I don't want to say, I'm not going to comment on the process before in any negative way, but as far as your question is, can it happen? Yes, but it's going to require reporting responsibilities from the other parties, and if they cannot comply with those, then that's a different discussion.
That's what that meeting is going to be for when you sit down with them, because that's what the meeting, when you call them in, is going to be for when you sit down with them, because everyone was listed as a beneficiary. They are all subrecipients.
So let's go have TAC explain the difference, because it's a difference between subrecipient and beneficiary. So let's go just make that clear, because that in that way we just understand.
Is he still here?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You want to explain the difference in those two, please, for us to clarify? Do we have sound?
He's muted.
Can't hear.
You need to unmute, please.
Can you unmute?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So just to talk about the difference between, and it'll lead to some answers to the other question, between beneficiaries and subrecipients. Beneficiaries are, generally speaking, intended to be the end result of the money. So the best example that I can give you for that is if you were giving money directly to households. You're not going to micromanage whether they're buying, Del Monte or Heinz ketchup. What food they're going to buy is not your concern. It's not intended to be. So they are definitely a beneficiary for doing that. Some nonprofits can qualify as being beneficiaries as well too. Usually the smaller ones. The bigger you get, the harder that is to do. Why is that? Because a subrecipient is someone who also extends a benefit towards an end result. So in other words, if that particular nonprofit is a pass-through, if the money you're giving to them will ultimately wind up benefiting somewhere else down the chain, then they are a subrecipient. They receive the funds from the county, who receive the funds from the federal government, and then they're further going to go out and distribute these funds and benefits in some way, shape, or form. If those benefits are resulting in someone else, in other words, if they're going to another party, that he is actually a beneficiary, then those things need to be reported back to the county. Therefore, you can then follow your obligation to report back to the treasurer. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, they want to capture who all the actual beneficiaries are. What population benefited from this? Who actually got the money? Words in the act themselves get to benefit the lowest wage earner or the most impoverished, the most underserved. All those things are things that they want to capture. If you're giving money directly to a beneficiary, that's who you're reporting benefited from it. If you give money to a nonprofit that it goes out and serves 100 people, the nonprofit was not the beneficiary. The beneficiary was the other 100 people. So you need to have that nonprofit then report back to you how those funds were distributed to those 100 people, so you can follow your requirements to report that back to the treasurer.
And that's a real good point. It's a real good point that I was going to bring. At the end of the day, how do we know that we should require that they provide us a report on a quarterly basis of what they spend and how they spend it, so we can keep track of those monies that they have? Because how do we know where the money is going to? So, he brought up a real good point. We have to keep track of, if you say you're going to spend it for this, and we need to know, have a report coming back to us on a quarterly basis to you, to Lulu, somebody saying, the last quarter we spent this on this and this. Here's the invoices or the receipts or whatever.
Up to whatever amount we give them. If it's 49,000, even that, then they have to show where they use the money.
Breakdown of what they
do
spend
it in
on.
one-time purchase, then that's fine too. But yes, okay.
So, yeah.
And, Judge Commissioner, there's one other thing. It all also ties into the fact that it has to all be, every penny has to be spent, and projects that those pennies are spent on have to be completely done and over with by December 31st, 2026.
2026.
So,
So down payments
yeah,
on
yeah.
property, anything, the property has to, that if you're building on it, has to be finished before 2026.
So
That is what the rule says. So,
Pay it out alone or anything.
there's all kinds of different ways to spend the money, and I'm not saying that there's not a different way that you could do that, but I know the project that you're talking about, and I'd love to talk in depth about that one-on-one another time where we can give it that attention. Because I want to see you be able to fulfill your promises, and I want to help you in any way I can to make sure that your community gets the help that it needs. But some of these things get into some really detailed issues that you can get into a can of worms real quick by trying to put a one-size-fits-all on everything.
And so, are you available to?
Project completed, keys turned over, done and over with. And that's another hard line that you need to really look at. I know we talked a little bit about some other infrastructure projects that the county itself had that weren't going to work simply because of those deadlines.
So are you available to be at that meeting when they have them? Because I think we got to segregate this into the people that are under 50 and the groups that are over 50 and have, meeting in the morning, meeting in the afternoon, whatever, so that, because it's going to get too confusing if you have both groups in there because it's two separate things. And hopefully you can include this nice gentleman who's very knowledgeable and does this obviously all the time, and we appreciate the heck out of it. So I'm going to go back to making sure what I understand what you're saying, sir, is if who they serve is the beneficiary, then are you saying that, and I'm sorry, this is really confusing because, like I say, we're just getting all this. And so are you saying that it can be done, but that those people that are the or that those nonprofits have to do then reporting on a regular basis and make sure that they do all the reporting on the services they provided and so forth? Or are you saying it shouldn't be done? I'm not, and I know it's based on each project.
It should be done.
It should be done.
It can be done, sir. It just, the beneficiaries have no requirement to report back to the county because the benefit is done and over with and you can report it. Sub-recipients, because they are giving the money to someone else or giving the service to someone else, they have to report that benefit that's being ultimately given out to somebody back to the county because you have a requirement to report that benefit to Treasury.
Like
If they don't give you that information, you can't do your office.
Been working on Sorry. Thought you were done.
They're just different rules between beneficiaries and sub-recipients. So you need to classify them correctly.
Kind of like what you've been going back and forth with on MHID, right? Just negotiating that contract to make sure all the rules are followed and all the reporting requirements and so forth. So the good news is it sounds like we can still do it. The bad news is it's just not going to be overnight and it's going to take time because we're just now figuring this process up because everything was so rushed last year. So
it takes
that's
2 years.
Right. But we okay.
We only have.
Well, that's the good news is they can still potentially qualify for the money.
And then we we work on a checklist so we can say like who's a recipient and who's a beneficiary depending on the info that we get in. So we screen everything to make sure that they are under the right category.
And there's language in this contract that I know that talks about, you've got to do this and you've got to do this, and these are all according to federal rules. It's not us being a hard case, but I want to say it while everybody's in the room. It's the same thing we're doing with every contract now. We're actually doing it right, and we're taking our time, and we're making sure we follow the rules so that they don't come back on you and they don't come back on us. And so that's part of, okay, fair. Then.
So you are going to meet with everybody on Monday. Yes, hopefully open it up and.
And so a question I was just asked, can they apply for both? And
Well,
that's going to be
you.
one of the questions that we're going to be asked.
Well, if
And
you
so it's either
apply for
either
the other
or.
one, then you're going above the 49,000
Correct.
threshold, so that puts you in the other. I mean, I would think you either do one or the other.
Correct, that is one or the
Because
other.
if you go over the 49, then you have separate reporting that we have to go by.
If you
So,
need more than
Correct.
49, you apply for the bigger.
yeah,
Thank you.
if you want
Okay.
that, you need to go to the larger amount.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
And
but it's
and
not
thank
like
you
you
all
can
for being
apply
here.
for-
We really want to get this done, so.
That's a good point, though. It's not like you can apply for 3 things that are under 50,000, you know, it's got
Yes,
it, right,
yeah.
you gotta either pick the under 50.
And
You can't
pretty
circumvent
much
the purchasing
get it
rules.
or go
Right.
for the other and you follow the rules. Yes,
That's correct.
yeah.
You can't circumvent the purchasing rules and say, well, I've got a $150,000 project, I'll apply three different times for 49,000. You can't do that. If you've got 150, apply for it. If you got under 50, apply for that one.
We just want to follow the rules.
I know, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
All right, we are finished with that. We're going to let y'all take that over then and deal with it. So, moving back.
Judge, I don't know if anybody else wanted to add anything. Is there anybody else that had any?
Did anybody here want to comment or add anything to that or have a question since it is?
We're going to make the proper corrections based on the motion, and we're going to have it online so that people can start applying already, okay? And it's going to be the website. We have a.
And you will have copies of the proper one on Monday for people to come through when they can take it and hopefully.
Yeah, and make sure that they see all this background that we just got to on these ones that are all under review.
Correct.
I mean, make
Yes.
sure everybody
Yes.
sees everything.
We want to do open in front?
Yep.
Yes. Yes, sir. You have a question? And I'm going to need you to sign this after you get through, if you don't mind.
It's not public comment.
It's not?
My name is
You don't have to
Robert
if you're
Reed.
talking. Yeah.
I
never
reside
mind.
at 1315 Brentwood Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. I am the director of Broken Chains Recovery Center. A lot of this pertains to us today. With all the different regulations that are being involved in this now, it's totally different than what I understood. That's
Us
okay.
too.
We go with the flow, you know. But the problem we have is we don't have a lot of different things we want to spend this $300,000 for. We want to use it for one thing and one thing only, and that is to purchase the property that we're about to lose. And I'm concerned about that because believe me, I've looked in every area of the city trying to find property big enough for what we need. And right now, I'm turning down an average of about 12 people a week that want our services, and I can't do it. We're full. We currently have a location at 709 Waco Street, which is right down the street. And we house 20 some people there. We have 2 other sober living facilities, one on Lamont Street, one on Eldon Circle. And if I can get this property, I can combine all these houses into one location. And with that one location, instead of having room for approximately 40 people, we'd have room for about 160 people.
Wow.
We're dealing primarily with the homeless community because of the fact that those who come to us with addiction problems, they've already hit bottom. They're already homeless. They've lost everything. And so we try to give them a place to live. We try to give them, put them back on the right track so they can rejoin society, because these people have been bumped from one place to another to another. Our program is the only one that offers education in addition to housing. I don't want to just have a warehouse full of people. That's not what I'm looking to do. I want to be able to help these people that can't even read and write and fill out an application for a job.
I hope you know how much we want to help you, and we want all of us up here. We are not happy with the way things have gone in the past. We're not happy that we're having to come to you with these kind of things, because we do understand the service you provide in our community, and we are very thankful for people such as yourself. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that we can help you help these people. It's just, we all have rules that we have to follow by, and we are just finding out that these rules aren't exactly what you were told before. I'm new here. It's not what I understand as well, but we want to expedite this. We want this to happen very quickly, and hopefully with this meeting that we do on Monday, getting everyone together, hopefully we can help you do that. But we appreciate what you do, and we do understand the value you serve in this community.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Jeremy Coleman is online, would like to comment as well. Can you unmute?
Yeah, Judge, I just wanted to say thank you to you and Commissioner Chesney for just addressing that one item. NAACP, we have over 2,800 chapters worldwide, and our international company has staff, but a lot of our local individual chapters do not. It is 100% volunteer ran, with volunteers that do spend up to 40, sometimes 80 hours a week working in the organization. So I just wanted to come just to tell you all thank you for looking at that piece of that application.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for being here today on this. We know it's a tough subject and issue, but we're going to make it right. We're going to get it done. Yeah. Thank you all. Now going back to our list, let's go with item G, accept the following minutes. We have the minutes from the January 18th, 2023, the January 24th, 2023. Can I get a motion to approve these minutes?
So moved.
I have a second. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Also, I wanted to ask you all, I'm not sure, is anyone opposed to moving the minutes to the consent?
Sorry?
Is anyone opposed to moving the minutes to the consent list?
That's a great idea.
I mean, we all have them. It's recorded video. I think it's pretty standard, so.
I would move that we do that,
If you
Judge.
got a
That's
question, you can pull it out.
right.
Yes,
Great idea.
yeah, we have a motion and a second for that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes as well. Going to item H, board appointments. We have the Nueces County Beach Management Advisory Committee. We have 6 open positions on there. Mr. Bissell resigned. We have 3 reappointments. I think we do those first, I guess, or Williams, Den, and Shalabak all sent in requests to be reappointed.
Judge, I would move for reappointment.
We have a motion and a second to reappoint the 3 sitting members. Any other question, any comment? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes to reappoint those 3. We have 2 new applicants, Mr. Michael Pittman and Emily Clower. Do we have, I would make a motion to appoint both of them to this board. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? None. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and aye, the motion passes.
And I think that fills,
We're missing 1 on there. It looks like we're 1 short on that. And I don't know who,
hold on,
it
1,
says
2,
6 positions open on
well,
my list.
Deidre Williams also reapplied. So it was, that is
Williams,
5.
Den, and Schlabach. Who?
Natasha Davis doesn't look like she, oh, I'm sorry, no.
She's
looking at
not,
the wrong date. I'm
it's,
sorry. She's got a year
Torres
left.
did not reapply, so we're going to have to go find another applicant.
Another applicant. We are
for
short
that
1
slot
on
because
that.
we're 1
Yes.
short on that. So Mr. Torres, just so he knows, is in holdover
Until we find someone
right.
to replace him, yes.
Okay.
Okay, moving on
Is
to.
Mr. Francis still on the board? I know he was elected to the State Board of Education. Does that
No.
prevent him from?
He expires on
being
in the end of this year, but we can certainly reach out and see what he wants to
I'm
do.
just asking. I know there's certain
No, good question.
quirky rules out there, so maybe we
I
can
would
just find
assume
out.
it probably does.
Yeah.
Gotta find this stuff.
It would really be good, too, to find another engineer, if anyone has an interest out there. If we've got a slot open, it would be good to have another engineer on that board, too. If just my 2 cents, whatever it's worth. Okay.
Excuse me, Judge,
Yes.
on Christie Spawn, we were talking about Mr. Govan, right?
No, not right now.
We're
Nope.
not on that yet.
Okay.
That's where we're going to next. Are we through with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So item H2, Krista Spahn, Board of Trustees. Mr. Govan, last time didn't have his application in. He missed it, but he is asking to be reappointed to that.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 The motion passes. The next item, item 3, needs to be tabled indefinitely. We did find out that the former judge does serve on this board, and it is not as a Nueces County appointee. She just serves on there, so that will be
You
tabled.
need to be there, so Nueces County appointee?
It is not a Nueces County appointee. They asked her to serve. She is still serving until July, so they appointed her, and so this just needs to be tabled indefinitely.
So really not, shouldn't even put it on the
Right.
requirements of partnership then, right? I don't know, good, that doesn't sound right to me. But, because if you need to be on there, then we'll just nominate you to be on there, right?
Well,
But
they
if
got, where's a day? They got clarification.
And if it doesn't
Yes.
have to, then why do we worry about this quality thing? Then we need to just take it off and not worry about it.
Yeah, it's not ours. In fact, we.
For
go
the Air
ahead.
Quality
Yes.
Commission, that's nothing by law. We just, I mean, it's something that it was, we started doing it back in 2020, I believe so, 2019, 2020 is when they start having these meetings. And, but it's nothing, it's not required by law. So it's up to the court to decide how they want to do it.
We don't put it on the agenda then.
Well, but I think we need representation on that board.
Exactly, yes.
I mean, so I would move that we nominate Judge Scott to be on the board and ask them to consider that
Yeah.
because
that's
the
all
former
we're
county judge
talking-
doesn't
that's all
represent
we're
the
And
county.
by laws is up to the judge and the court, to appoint who is going to represent the county. Yeah.
Right, but
That is not what I heard yesterday. I'm sorry. I thought that we didn't have an appointee for this board. It was the air quality, their board, and they appointed, so I misunderstood. So
well, which
Is
so
that the
which
way
is
it's been done before?
But wait, which is it? Is this is this? Do we know? Is this board?
Yeah.
Is the person on there appointed because she's the county judge and representing the county, or not?
No.
Do we know?
No.
I
got the
talked to
message
yeah
from
I
them.
talked to them and then I explained that the court what the point to having somebody is somebody that represents Nueces County, somebody's active, like it could be the judge or any of the commissioners. So they understand that the court is the willing of the court. So if you appoint to the Judge Scott, she's going to be the one attending these meetings.
I think this is a very important board that talks about air quality. I think Nueces County needs to be represented. They're not. So I would nominate Judge Scott to be on the board. If they don't want to take someone from Nueces County, they don't have to. But I would like to just that we recommend that she be on the board. And if it's not an appointed thing, then they don't have to take her. But then they're not going to have anybody from Nueces County representing Nueces County. And don't come
We have
don't
a
come calling.
motion to
Don't-
appoint me to that board, and we have a second. Any other discussion? And all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes, so I am appointed to that if they will allow.
To represent
Yes,
Nueces
to represent
County.
Nueces County.
We
if
need
it is allowed.
representation on that.
See, for
Yes,
this.
yes. Item number 2, the consent agenda. 2A, authorized payment of bills, regular bill summaries dated February 10th, 2023. Check register payments from the vendor's exception list dated January 13th, 2027 and 23. And previously approved special motion payments dated January 20th, 23. Can I get a motion to, or do we have any questions about any of those, or can I get a motion?
It's on the special motions?
Are you just
Can I
wanting,
make a motion for the entire consent, Judge?
Oh, thank you. I went to consent without asking if anybody wanted to remove anything.
I just had a question on I, quick question on I.
So we'll pull I.
Scott, Scott.
Oh, you asking me, sir?
Well, no,
So-
I'm just telling you, I'm going to ask you, so whenever Judge is ready.
So if there's no others, Judge, motion to approve A
Motion to
through
approve.
P, with the exception of I. It's my
Second.
motion.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda items with the exception of I. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And Commissioner Chesney, do you want to address I?
Just, if you can just explain what that is, Scott, real
We're just
quick.
extending the grant timeline on this project for Coastal Invasion Storage Program because we're completing the design work for some educational signage out Packer Channel.
So
That's it.
It's just an administrative amendment.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Doesn't cost any money or anything like
Nope.
that, but it's just, we just need more time because why?
To finish the design of the educational displays out there on the boardwalk for the birding facility.
Gotcha. Okay. Motion passed, Judge.
We have a motion to pass. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Excuse me.
Moving on to the regular agenda now. 3A. Okay. In there first before we get up there. 3A1, this is an update from the Nueces County Hospital District on the Memorial Medical Center demolition project. Johnny Hipp, thank you for being here.
Good morning, Commissioners. We wanted to do just a brief update, and Connie, if you could bring up that camera video. Commissioners, we want to just briefly update you on where we are on the Memorial demolition project. If y'all been up and down Crosstown Expressway, y'all probably noticed the work that's taking place there. The west building is all the way down. The overall demolition project is about 40% complete. And the building materials that are coming down as a part of the demolition are recycled. I have up on your screen 3 cameras that are stationed around the demolition site, and those were as of the moment, I guess Connie called them up, so you can see the different venues of the project, but the west building of the demolition is down. The east building, which is the newer building, is in the process of being demolished. The overall demolition project should be finished by July. And I have Jerry Kramer here, who is the architect that works for SPAWN, who's overseeing the project, if y'all have any detailed questions.
Very good.
I don't think anybody. And you have item number 2 as well, so if you want to go ahead and update us on the district's planned expansion of the Hector P. Garcia Memorial Family Center.
I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioners, on a happier note, we are planning, working through the steps of the plans needed to expand the Hector P. Garcia clinic that's located on the east end of the hospital district's property at the intersection of Hospital Boulevard and 19th Street and Buford on the backside. The Hector P. Garcia Clinic was built about 5 years ago, and it has rapidly outgrown the facilities there for the services that need to be provided. The clinic needs additional examination rooms and other teaching facilities, and we are working with SPAWN now on doing a needs identification, if you will, to find out what all is needed in terms of an expansion project. Once we have those needs together and sort of gone through them, we are going to be able to affix an approximate cost of what it would take to do that expansion. We have not done that, and I just want to underscore that we haven't done that yet. We're only working through the needs assessment now. Once we've identified costs, we've already hired a financial advisor to work with the district to help us identify financing options. So once we have all that work out of the way, we will be back to you all with those plans and how they would work, because the law does require that Commissioners Court approve any expansion, any work and stuff that we do there. There is ample space on the hospital campus to expand HPG to include additional exam rooms, probably going to relocate services out of that building into another building, and the plan also holds for the hospital district to move its offices and stuff to that location at that time. So all we want to just signal to you is we're working through the plans for that. The architect is working with SPAWN. We already have a list of needs, and we're working through those to gauge the cost and to size them to what we can afford. So again, Mr. Kramer's here to answer any questions that y'all might have.
Mr. Hipp, is you still going to be, are you projecting that probably maybe the hospital district will move to that area also?
The hospital district's offices we're planning to look at them in the feasibility assessment or the needs assessment we're doing to relocate them from Tower to that campus. We also have an eligibility office that's housed at the HPG clinic, and we'll probably move that into the building, likely be moving the pharmacy and some classrooms out of HPG into the new building. There is ample space, and if y'all been on the site, likely where the building is going to go is where the helipad is located now, parallel to the clinic.
Yeah, well, it's a good idea, because I think that in the long run, it'll save you a lot of money on the rent.
Yes, and also address the needs of not having enough exam rooms and stuff. The SPON's medical residency program has grown since we built the clinic, or since SPON built the clinic. And there's need. There's also patient volume has grown there. HPG is the main clinic of all the clinics we have.
Johnny, the clinic is great. I mean, I remember the opening and been there a couple of times since, and it's greatly used. That was my concern when there was that transition, getting rid of Spawn Memorial and combining it to Shoreline, and then what was the clinic going to handle? But it obviously is put to use. Recently, and just anecdotally, I've seen firsthand Spawn Shoreline. They're inundated. They're overrun, in my opinion, and I don't know how those numbers work for medical care. I don't claim to be an expert, but just walking and seeing and hearing from constituents that there's a lot there. So I know that we need to expand our footprint. I really was never a fan of the move that was made in 2014, but it was done long before any of us were here, and it was done, or I believe Commissioner Gonzalez was here. But it is what it is, right? We've moved forward. Great facility at Spawn Shoreline. But the ER times, the wait times, being a county facility and being a regular ER facility, there's a lot to be said about how people are waiting, the wait times, the amount of availability to get basic medical care. So I'm hoping that the clinic, as much good as it has done and proven, that it can maybe pull back, take away back some of that, those basic needs. People are going in because they're maybe never been on high blood pressure medicine, and that's what they're needing to be seen. Well, that's extra time, extra money, extra effort that they're taking away from people who maybe have a little bit more serious elements. So I would really like to see our hospital district board and our partnership really see how can we divert some of those that are going into the ER. I think it's maybe word of mouth that they need to be made aware of clinic, but and of course anytime someone gets sick they just automatically think I need to go to the emergency room. But if there's a way to be able to pull that back in your vision of expansion there at the clinic, I think we need to do that, because I'm just really truly concerned with how people who are needing the real care are having to wait quite some time because there's other people who could be seen, in a less prompt setting, in a more minor ER type setting. But of course, we know people may not have the health care or the ability to get to some of those for-profit ones that are scattered throughout the area. That's my concern, and I've been feeling that way for a while. I wanted to get you here before us to share those concerns. But if that is a part of your vision, I'd love to hear more about it, that we can spend time offline talking about it. But I wanted just to share it with you that I think that that's somewhere where we really need to make sure that we focus our attention so that we can divert those people away. I don't know how it can be done. Maybe it just can't. And if it simply can't, then that's fine. I will totally understand the explanation, but I want to be able to see how can we kind of separate the two, right? Those that know, hey, you need to be sent over here to the clinic rather than going to the ER there at Spawn Shoreline, because that place is it's blowing and going all the time. And I heard an issue of a gentleman who was in limbo in our ER before he even got seen, and it wasn't top of the line emergency, but he had some toes that needed to be amputated because he was severely diabetic. but by the time you even got sought the care, or not sought the care, but received the care, it had taken some time. And so, like I said, using the example of people that maybe just need to be seek for medication or other more minor treatments, I know that they're doing that at the clinic, but I don't know what can be diverted, or maybe they're already doing that there at the ER. But I'd love to see that come to reality one day if it's not already in place.
Commissioner, thank you for those comments. That issue actually came up in the needs assessment, and it's on the needs list that we have before us to address. And what translated what that means is that in this list, SPON has proposed that we establish an urgent care center or some functioning thing that would essentially offload the kind of patients you described from the Shoreline emergency room, and we're working through that. But that idea has already gotten on the list. It's high on there for consideration. And just to kind of backtrack a little bit, when the Shoreline emergency room and the emergency room from Memorial were combined, we knew there was going to be very busy. I mean, they actually handled two kinds of patients, if you will, but they were combined at Shoreline because there was one emergency room. But SPONs live with exactly the things that you have said and endured the concerns, and y'all have too. So the thought of, I don't know if it's going to be an urgent care center or some other center that functions to offload the work from the Shoreline emergency room from stuff that's not critical, that's not life-threatening. And so to answer your question, Commissioner, in a short way, or your thoughts, is it's on the list, and it's high on the list.
That's great. And I think that's what we need. I know I need to hear, so that when we have residents ask, we can tell them that it's in the process, it's part of this overall plan, vision that you have, and in a partnership working with SPON. I think SPON's great, so I don't want anyone to think that I'm feeling that they're not doing their part of the job, or that the hospital district is. It's just healthcare is so overwhelming, and we knew that was going to happen. But the fact that you do have this plan, and that hopefully something that we can see within the next few years come to some sort of new structure being built, or a new way of diverting these needs, I think will help everyone, whether they need the minor or the immediate severe emergency needs. So thank you. Appreciate
it's higher on our priorities, Commissioner.
Mr. Hipp, Mr. Hipp.
Yes, sir.
Will this expansion that you're talking about, will that include taking our people from mental health? Will they be going over there also, as well?
Well, Commissioner, there's a lot of work going on in mental health right now. As y'all know, the court committed
the Brownlee location.
$4 million to the restoration at Brownlee. And so I would have to say my initial thought is probably not, because the restoration center is already sort of in progress in terms of y'all working out funding and stuff for it. It's not built. The hospital district already funds probably $3.5 million worth of other mental health programs, and both of those are channeled through MHID. So unless on the list there is a request for mental health facilities at HPG, they will likely not be there because they're being provided somewhere else.
All right, thank you. I was just wondering.
Certainly.
I have Commissioner, I'm glad you brought that up about the wait time, Commissioner Matters, because, I was there not too long ago, and people waiting there 4, 5, 6 hours, But, there is a short vision, a short fix that you might want to include, and we've been talking about it, and I think it's time for me to set up a meeting with you, Mr. Hipp. It's about transporting people from SPON to Hector P. Garcia, then work with the RTA to try to, those that don't have to wait 6 hours can transport to Hector P. Garcia. They have the minimal care, the need to leave care, like you said, diabetes and whatever you have. I think there's got to be a way where we can offer that transportation from Shoreline to Hector P. that don't have to wait. So that's a possibility of working together with SPON, working together with RTA, working together with the hospital district, where, we're going to provide that kind of transportation to people from SPON to the Hector P. Garcia, and kind of eliminate the wait time at SPON. Of course, the parking is horrible too, right? So that's one thing that hopefully, and I know they're working on that, but the parking is real bad, So, but I think that if we look at we look at that vision, Commissioner, that if there's a way to transport these people to Hector P. Garcia, if they don't have transportation, because some people get dropped off and some people take the bus, and, so, there'd be, I think will kind of really eliminate a lot of the wait time for a lot of people that they don't have to sit there for 4, 5, 6 hours.
And Commissioner, that's an excellent idea. Now that Morgan Avenue is completed, I think that is going to be much easier to do. It's been under construction a while, but that's a first-class street between Shoreline and Hector P. Garcia. Thank you.
So maybe we can talk about it later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today, too. We appreciate those updates on both items. Yes.
Thank you all.
Moving on to item number 3, discuss and consider public application to close, discontinue, and abandon a portion of West Riverview Drive, a designated road pursuant to the Texas Transportation Code 251.052. And I think Mr. Higginbotham?
Yes.
Hello.
Al Higginbotham, 534 North FM 2619, Kingsville, Texas. I originally made this request back in October, and there's just a couple of points I'd like to make before y'all make a decision. One, the road itself was platted back in 1956, but it was never actually opened as a road. It's never been a drivable road service. The other issue is the possibility of drainage. The portion of the road where drainage can be an issue was actually addressed in writing back when Dan Murphy filed his Heather Ridge Estates plat. The portion that runs contiguous to his 250-foot drainage easement on the east side of Heather Ridge Estates, the portion of this road, he integrated into that or signed off in writing that portion of this road to be a part of that 250-foot drainage easement. So the drainage issue has been taken care of a long time ago. And I really know of no other issues that would prohibit the closing of this road. It was like I said, it was platted in 1956. It's never been used for anything. And I would venture to say, I would wager that if we had not made this request to close this portion of this road, nobody would even know that it existed. You're not really surrendering anything. The county has never had any use for it. You're not surrendering anything. It's just helping the citizens out there, the property owners.
Commissioner Hernandez, I know this is your district, and you and I both have been out there. I did go out there and look at this portion of the road a couple of days ago as well. So,
well, and I'm glad you're doing well, sir. I heard you were sick, and I'm glad your health is better. I can only go by the advice of our county engineer. Okay, now since I've been 2 other previous commissioners that have denied the request. And it is, according to my engineer, to our county engineer, it is a drainage, it might become a drainage problem. And we need it there in case it does. And I know that it hasn't been maintained properly, okay? But I've only been here, and I agree with you. I had no knowledge of this easement or this road until you all brought it up. But I looked into it, and I asked the Public Works why it hasn't been maintained.
I need your help in listening.
Is that okay?
I'm sorry. I don't understand the issue regarding drainage. Any issue regarding drainage was addressed in that Heather Ridge plat.
What maybe we should ask Juan to come up and talk about the drainage issue.
By the county. Most of the portion of the road that we're requesting, it's only 30 feet. It's a 30-foot strip. Most of the portion of the road that we're requesting to be closed is on top of a hill. Well, when you get further south away from the river. Mr. Cravey, Mr. Furman, Mr. Nevels, none of these people have ever had an issue. There's never been an issue. If there had been any major issues regarding drainage, You would have heard from these people years ago.
Well, I'm going to let the county engineer come into this discussion. He knows about this area better than I do.
Okay. You need the microphone? Oh, I'm sorry. No.
He probably needs a microphone so we can hear him,
Okay.
if you don't
Okay.
mind. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, here,
So, no. Go right ahead.
here one, here's another one if you want this one. Yes, Dave.
That's okay, that way he wants to.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. And you're correct, Commissioner. This item has been brought to Commissioners Court several times. I know we brought it to court, and I know we acquired the opinion of the county attorney and advice. And there's natural drainage that runs through these properties. The main concern, Commissioner, and as we all know, right, we're all spending, ARPA monies and CDBG monies to correct drainage issues within the county. We're not aware what's the purpose of the property owner to close this easement. Are they building a structure that's going to be blocking the natural drainage way? Is that something that they can provide to us to determine if that's what they're planning on doing? But it is a natural drainage way. You do have on Kern Road, you have two residents that are across. They have two driveways that cross a drainage way, and they have some culverts that drain towards the north. And is that right? On the east side, and of course it's a wooded area because it's overgrown. I talked to Jerry, and Jerry has informed me that yes, they had maintained it previously when the previous engineer was here. However, it hasn't been maintained since. But those, and then not only that, but if what they're planning on building or planning on constructing in the future, how is that going to affect the adjacent property owners that are there on the upstream side? Because there can be some blockage of some natural drainage that it's there. That was dedicated for a road and drainage for a road, and there's some ditches that go through, a ditch that goes through there as we speak right now.
I get one.
Judge, in looking at the attachments that we have, I think it leans the argument more towards the explanation that what Juan has given us. When you go to Google Earth, it's hard to find anything that resembles a road.
There is no, I drove out there, there has never been a road there. There
Technically,
isn't
that's
a
what it's
road.
being
Yes.
described as. But
There
when you look
is
at Google Earth,
no
there's
road.
nothing
It doesn't
here.
exist.
Now, my only question would be that last statement that you said, that you said a ditch that crosses. So that would be the only thing that would make me say, okay, there's something that maybe can't or shouldn't be disturbed, but.
Yes, sir. There's some ditch that goes through there. I mean, of course, and I agree with you, Commissioner. There's no road right now, but there is a drainage ditch that goes through there, and there's some couple of culverts for a couple of houses that are there that have driveways that are crossing. I know we already got complaints from people that are on the upstream side. I know there's a drainage structure that crosses from FM 624 into Mr. what's his name? The gentleman that lives out there, Mr. Garza's area. He's complaining already about drainage. So there is a natural drainage swell that goes through there and then goes towards the north. So there is some drainage.
But their problem with the drainage is not because of anything going on in the drainage ditch already.
No,
They have problems with drainage, yes.
yes, Judge. But again, I'm not sure what the purpose of this closure is for. Once we release this easement or right of way, they can build anything they want. So
Have you been out there and looked at this?
Yes,
Did
ma'am.
you drive out there?
Yeah,
because I
Jerry-
was like,
Jerry-
they're going to
Jerry-
have a hard time building anything on what I drove
Yeah,
out,
Jerry-
looked
Jerry-
at. It's pretty low
Yeah,
ditch
Jerry
and
I
it's
have-
drainage,
Yes, ma'am.
yes.
Yes, ma'am. Jerry and I have driven out there several times, just to make sure that when we come up here, that
Yeah.
we discuss and make sure that we
Yeah.
give you the right information.
I think some of their, just to clarify I think it's these 4 or 5 property owners that own both sides of that drainage ditch that just want continuous property, but I understand it is definitely a drainage ditch. You don't want to build anything on it
Yes, ma'am.
and mess up that process by all means, but that's all it's ever been. I mean, I don't see anything else. I don't see any potential. I think I was even told when I went out there to look at this property that they've had kids even try to go through on 4-wheelers or something And it's so low and does hold water that they've gotten stuck, and you have parents that are very upset about trying to come get their kids out of there, so. I'm
Yes,
sorry,
you-
Commissioner, I interrupted you.
No, I just wanted to follow up on that, and so I've heard Mr. Higginbotham's claim, and I know his previous work and his work here in Nueces and in Clayburgh County, and so I know he's a very thorough man, and he's been here before several times, and so I know one thing about Mr. Higginbotham is he does his homework. And I trust in Juan advocating for our interests, right, in the interests of people there in the community that maybe have not spoken up or maybe even realized that this is an issue yet. But I think there's a third part to this, and that's our county attorney. If we can get an opinion on this, I can't recall if we've had one previously.
Do you have an opinion already?
We have that opinion, but my only concern with this is that if this is what the law says, and it's one of those, I want to say gotcha moments, but I found a loophole, or I found what the law says, and we should follow the spirit of the law, then are we in that situation? And if so, my worry is, how do we clean up everything else? Because there could be potentially other roads that the same claim could be made in other parts of the county. So I'm trying to look at it at a bigger perspective, but if you can just help us with that a little bit, Jenny.
And to add to that question, if you don't mind, and I know I talked to Commissioner Hernandez this morning, and he said he fully intended and fully understood about, if this is and we don't do this, then it is the county's responsibility to take care of this drainage ditch. And we haven't ever done that. We haven't ever mowed or cleared or done anything on this property. So that being said, we also need to know our responsibility in this needs to be better. And if we choose to go down that road, I don't know the will of this court today, but Commissioner Hernandez told me that was his wish as well and his understanding.
That's correct, Judge.
He's new at it, so.
That's correct. It is our county's responsibility to maintain that area. And again, I apologize to you, sir, if it hadn't been done, but we have been understaffed and we didn't have all the equipment we needed, but I think we got one back on par again with the equipment, and there's a few more employees that'll help us get this straightened out. And if you all see any problems, you've called me before, give me a call, and I will get it taken care of.
Yeah. Well,
your opinion on that, Jenny?
Okay, we wrote something back in June of last year, and so I'm going back to that. Yes, you can, if you vote unanimously 5-0, vote to close down this road. It has to be unanimous. There is some posting issue. I believe they said they had posted at a date prior, but I don't know if it was posted, previous, to this meeting. So
yes.
If it does come to a 5-0 vote, we can go back and make sure posting was done appropriately. If not, we can help make sure that happens. It's their posting requirement, not the county's posting requirement. We can work with them to make sure that they have accomplished that and possibly bring it back just to inform the court that has been taking place, has happened appropriately, if that's the desire of the court.
So why was the opinion before to not do it? Because two other previous county commissioners, or they brought this before, you're just saying now that we just have.
Well, you can, but that would be against the advice. This would be an override of the advice from the county engineer.
Okay.
At any time you do so, then any affected property owners could recover if they are damaged by that, if the value of their property is decreased by this action, or if there's any other damage to neighboring properties because of this, then that's something to take into consideration.
excuse me.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Y'all are aware that we're only requesting a portion of this road to be closed from the south side of Lot 15 north where it extends up towards the Nueces River. We're not asking from the south side of Lot 15 back to 624. We're not
It's just
interested in that. We're not interested in that at all.
Wasn't it? Yes.
And from
But
Lot
it still
15,
closes.
Lot 15 sits on the top of a hill, and it from there it's
Gradual
slopes
slope
down
down,
to Mr. Murphy's 250-foot drainage easement. And like I say, that's all been taken care of by an agreement with the county and the requirements for him platting the Heather Ridge Estates plat. So that's all been addressed. It's all been addressed between the property owners and the counties already. It's done. The issue regarding the drainage has all been addressed in writing between Mr. Murphy and the county. So I don't understand the point. And like I say, it's never been a road. The three property owners on the south, Mr. Lestraps, Mr. Fernan, Mr. Nevels, all own both sides of the road. They own their homes are in Heather Ridge Estates, and they own all of the property on the other side, Riverside Acres. So I don't understand the arguments. I just don't understand. For 66 years, the county didn't even know that this road existed. None of y'all, nobody here even knew that this road existed until I brought it up, until I requested this road closure. Now everybody knows it exists, and now they want, it's like the crown jewel, county roads or something.
I agree with you, sir. I didn't know it existed, and I agree that maybe not too many people know it existed, not until you came up and requesting to take ownership of it.
Right.
And all I can do, I'm not a drainage person, I'm not an expert on drainage, but I do know from the 2021 weather event that we had, the rain, we did have an awful lot of flooding, and the weather patterns are changing to what I've seen. So I'm going on the advice of our county engineer and the other two previous commissioners that said no.
Okay. Well, I just want everybody to understand that this drainage issue has been addressed in writing for a long time between the county and Dan Murphy. So
excuse me,
and one thing,
Jenny, I have one question real quick, and I know, and one probably to you as well. The issue that you're saying not to do this is because of the drainage, and somebody could build something on this. And is there a way to move forward with this with the stipulation that nothing could be built on this drainage easement?
Yeah, nothing could be built there.
Looking at it, I would doubt it, but you never know what people are going to build. So I totally agree with that. But is there a way to move forward with saying, okay, we agree to this road closure, and with the stipulations is there a way to add that?
As it's structured now, it's an abandonment of the easement issue. We haven't looked at any type of.
If we abandon, we abandon.
Yeah, it's not our problem then, huh? Right. Yes.
We could could be addressed in the order. The road could be abandoned, and it could be addressed if there was any drainage issues that an easement could be provided. It can be written in. There's no reason this can't be a win-win. There's no reason the county can't have what they want and the property owners can have what they want. They would own the property subject to the county's right to come in and address drainage as necessary at any time.
Okay, Jenny, say we abandon the road. So how do we divide the road? Who's going to plat the road?
There's going to need to be some survey and title work, and I'm not sure if there's been surveying.
Well, it's all platted. They may very well need to be some title work and survey work.
It can't be platted.
Be that, and then it would close in the middle of the road. But if they're saying,
how about the easement though? How are we going to have an easement to get back there? We have to get back there.
that's a new issue we'll have to look at.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Right. No wonder this
It's not as easy. You said it's not as easy because if we give you abandon it, you got to plat it, but you got to plat it where you're going to be giving us an easement. The people across, they're going to get their portion, but they have to also agree that they're going to give us an easement. Or else how-
Well, I believe they're saying that it's the single owner on each side. Oh, on just one?
We own both sides.
No, there's
Okay.
three owners. The three owners on the south end own both sides of the road. And that portion is up on the top of a hill. So in order to get,
They own it now, but then in the future, if they sell one side, then you become a problem again. So, I mean, you have to look at, it would have to be plotted, both sides would have to have an easement. There's no way that you could, yeah.
that can be addressed as a contingency in the order. That could easily be. I've got 45 years experience in the title insurance business. I've been doing this every day for 45 years. It can easily be addressed. There's no reason why the county can't have what they want and the property owners have what they want, subject to the reservations by the county.
So the other property
There's no
owners,
reason-
do they agree?
There's no reason not to do that.
So the other property owners, do they agree to go ahead and plat it and to go ahead and easement? And the title, who's gonna pay, do they all agree to that?
That's all of us.
Yeah.
And why would we give this up with no money? Have y'all offered funds for any of this, for the value for this? Anybody an appraisal on how much, since you're involved in the title business, you know there's people do appraisals on property like this, and that's before they close. So has anybody talked about how much that's worth? So because if we give it to you, then what do we have to give it to everybody else? I mean, has that been addressed?
Oh, we can have it. We'll be happy to have it appraised.
Okay, I would think if we're here today, I would think all that might have been done before.
We are more than happy to work with the county to address any contingencies that we need to include in this. We're happy to do that. We're not looking for an all or nothing. We're not.
Well, but today it's an all or nothing today because you're asking for us to abandon it. So in other words, you've come before us several times. It's been tabled, but I mean, all these things could have been talked about with Public Works before, talked about with the county attorney. And so all we have in front of us today is, do we abandon or not abandon? So, I mean, it's kind of silly to sit here and negotiate in public when maybe that should have been done.
I was only allowed to speak at the first meeting. Ever since then, it was immediately tabled. I wasn't allowed to speak.
But why? But I mean, in other words, you could get with the county attorney, you can get with Public Works director, you can, like, to sit here and negotiate this in public is not how we normally would do something that we're trying to negotiate. We would try to have, you sit down with the county attorney or the Public Works director and see if we can come up with something and then.
That's all been done.
So.
It's all been done.
What does it mean
Well,
it's all
this
been
is-
done? He
I
just
mean-
said they haven't talked about cost, it's never been appraised.
Plat it.
I can't hear you, sir, you have to get on the mic. I mean, this is like.
They're willing to appraise the property at their own expense. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean.
They're not asking the county to do that for them.
No, I'm just saying,
They're just
but he just said
asking
it's
y'all-
all been done. It hasn't all been done because it hadn't been appraised. We don't know what it's worth. We don't know what precedent we're setting. I'd like to know why we gave up, why the other commissioners didn't do it before, probably because the Public Works Director advised not to do it, and they went with the Public Works Director, and quite frankly, I don't know why I want to go against the Public Works Director either. So, but I'm willing to listen, but I'm not going to sit here and negotiate against myself in a public situation.
Okay.
So maybe we should direct Mr. Higginbotham to go meet with staff and see if they can come up with something that would be workable and bring it back. We can recess it and bring it back later today, or.
Can we meet? Could we be allowed to meet with the county attorney and re-present our request?
Sure.
Contingent upon all of this stuff? Because I just can't see it. I just can't see it going yes or no at this point, because there's so many contingencies that would make this a very workable deal for everybody. Everybody could have exactly what they want.
I think you would need to sit down with the county engineer, because many of us defer to the county engineers.
I've visited with Mr. Pimentel several times, but I'm more than happy to do it again. Everybody should be involved in this. Why don't we get together and come up with something that works?
Then should we maybe move this item to, this looks like it's going to be lengthy.
Well, I mean, it's got to be unanimous, and it doesn't look like it's going to be unanimous, so I wouldn't want to vote today if I were you, but I mean, it's up to y'all.
I think we should move this to the March meeting. Give us time to address it.
Please just don't write these people off without a chance to explore this further. We're more than happy to give the county whatever concessions they want regarding any type of drainage issues.
Well, this is in your district, Commissioner Hernandez. Do you want to move this to bring it back in the March
I would
meeting?
like to do that, give them the opportunity to get with the county attorney and county engineer, see what y'all can come up with.
We'll meet with anybody, anytime.
I'll give you that opportunity.
My
Okay,
request is
okay.
when you're
We're
scheduling
just asking
this,
for y'all to compromise with it. Please be willing to compromise with us.
Yes.
as you're picking a meeting to move this to, the court is aware, we have several big items that we are focused on at the moment. So if you put it in March, it's highly unlikely that it will not be resolved at that time to the court's satisfaction.
I mean, this isn't what I.
They've waited for a while. I don't think it's urgent. We can even
I agree.
just
Well, and I
table it
do
until we
wanna
bring
know
it
what
back up. Yeah.
I mean, from my perspective, I'm going to want to know what the appraised value is, because if this
will take a
happens
while.
again, then we have to be consistent. If we're going to do this, we can't say, well, we gave them a road, and then everybody else is going to say, well, we want a road, you gave them a road, why don't you give us the road? So, I mean, I'm going to want to know at least what it's worth, and maybe worth $5, I don't know, I don't know what it's worth. So that would be something, when you bring it back, that I'm going to want to know is what the value is and how we got there. And I mean, it can't just be them having it appraised, it would have to be us having it appraised, so that, I mean, if y'all want to do one, and we have to do one, so that it's fair, I don't know, but, so yeah.
Is this going to affect your other neighbors?
We have no problem with the appraisal. That's no problem. We're willing to work with y'all in any way necessary.
Well, we already have a motion to just table this until, I guess, some negotiations and appraisals and things are done. So I wouldn't even set this for a March meeting, because if you're talking appraisals and things, it may take even longer. Let's wait till you get all the information back and ask to put it back on a meeting, and we'll just come back to it then.
Okay, and I will admit that the way I presented the request was an all or nothing request. And that was, in hindsight, that was not right. There should have been a lot more research, conversation gone into this.
It's fair.
I admit that, but we would love a chance to work with y'all, please. Try to give everybody what they want.
You'll find Juan to be a very workable guy, and we're workable. We just don't want to put the county in a bad spot. Obviously, a drainage easement would be crucial. I don't know. I mean, and the value and coming up with a project, a pattern, or a consistency, so that we're not giving you something that someone else comes that we're not doing. We're not looking like we're doing a favor.
And I apologize for not addressing these issues in the original request.
Right.
But I agree with you 100%. These things do need to be discussed, addressed, and agreed upon, so that everybody's happy when we walk away.
That's fair.
So right now, we have a
agree.
motion just to table this. So do we?
Motion to table to when the county attorney and the county engineer are ready to put it back on.
Yes.
Who made the motion?
Commissioner Hernandez, sorry.
I'll second that.
And we have
Good,
until they're ready to put it back on. All those in favor, say aye.
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 We will need to know who and when to contact and what to start doing with regards to meeting.
Juan Pimentel first, and then he will guide you to the next ones after you get settled with him. There's no reason to meet with the attorney until y'all get situated, so, yes.
Well, I've met with him on a number of occasions. I actually have his number in my phone.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thanks for being here today.
You're very welcome. Thank y'all very much for hearing us out.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anything else we need to do at this time?
Just get with Juan before you leave.
Get with Juan.
Yeah, he's right over there. Get with him and y'all set up something, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank y'all very much.
Judge,
Thank you, sir.
could I just make a motion to table number 7? I apologize, I meant to do that earlier too. I'm slacking today. I'm not ready with that one, and I need to go over it with Jenny some more, so I'd like to make a motion to table.
Second that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, and I'm going to say till second meeting in March, it's not anyway.
We already had the motion. Second meeting in March. I want to go ahead too, and since we're doing this, and table item 11 till the second week in March as well.
Second, okay. Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to number 4, discuss and consider acceptance of a grant award in the amount of $1.750 from the Texas GLO under their Project of Merit grant program to Nueces County Coastal Parks for the consideration of a parking area to service Bob Hall Pier. that includes all required ADA requirements, components, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, excuse me, I'm sorry. So, the park board previously, probably about a year ago, Troy, I think, it's been a while, when we started vetting, rebuilding Bob Hall Pier and the parking lot, we got to looking at what our options were. And after working with the GLO, the options to trying to go back on the beach just weren't there, aside from the fact that the mean high tide line had shifted so landward with Hurricane Hannah, we just didn't have enough room. And so, with their approval, and I'm pretty sure I brought it to court, I bring everything to court, I went after a project of special merit grant funding specifically for this. And this is what they funded so we could get the parking lot area back. And Commissioner Chesney graciously allowed Road District 4 monies to take care of the engineering. And so with the approval of this award, understand I put a lot of background information on this and the next item for y'all in your agenda. So we're just accepting the award today. We still have to bring the contract back when GLO gets it finished for approval. Naturally, that gets vetted through Jenny's office. But it's a good solution. And one of the things that I'm happy about the engineering work and design work in it is that it is including some good green infrastructure that will help with drainage and recharge of the groundwater system out there and our stormwater retention pond we already have. And the ingress egress off of Access Road 6 allows me to separate pier traffic from RV traffic. And, you know, that would just be a cluster. You have all those people trying to get through a narrow chokehold or choke point, with especially pulling those big fifth wheels. So other than that, I'll answer any questions you have.
Judges, real quick, I obviously support this and ask the question regarding the, I think there's no conditions on this that I saw that would prohibit us from continuing to pursue the other parking lot as well. So I just want to make sure that that's part of the motion or part of the intent. I just want to lay it out there because I've raised this issue to the land commissioner herself. Judge Scott was at that meeting as well. And so we've got some work to do, but this is awesome. This is great. Scott did a lot of great work on this. But just want to make sure that when we look at that contract that Jenny, you're aware, your office is aware of that. And if there's, I didn't see anything in the background that indicated that. And I know that it's not like they're quid pro quoing or anything like that. But so I think this is awesome.
Yeah, they're not saying we can't,
Right.
Nobody's telling us we can't do anything on that other side. This is just a solution right now because, just so y'all know, related to any type of parking on the beach itself, I'm working with the GLO under the resiliency plan, and it's a tier 1 project, along with the Corps to try to move forward in permitting and engineering and design a beach renourishment project. We've lost so much we've lost almost 6 foot of beach just over this winter out there with the rate of erosion. So, and that's what all that Comrade Blucher engineering survey stuff is helping. We're just trying to figure out where we're going to get the sand from. A lot of people will say this ship channel. I don't believe that for 1 minute. I think most of it's spoken for, and most of it's probably not going to be beach quality. So we're going to have to find an offshore source and understand we've never had engineered beaches in Nueces County. And I'm not trying to drift off here.
Yeah, okay, back to the original. It's like we have a motion
Well, and I think
to
that's-
accept this grant.
Yeah. I just
and
want to
a
make sure
second.
that the motion to accept the grant, just with that intent being in there, that, you know, there's no restrictions on other areas because that parking lot
Okay,
was
we have a
taken up when it
motion.
probably shouldn't have been. So.
We have a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
I make the motion. Anybody second it?
Well, I just wanted to
I
put my
thought he
intent
made
in
the
there.
motion. You made the motion. I thought Brett made the motion. You seconded.
Well, I did. I just added that. I just wanted to add that part in there to the motion, that there was no restrictions to do other.
There are none
We have
that
it
are
in
spelled
there.
out right now, but
Jag made the
we don't
motion.
have the
Brett
actual
seconded.
contract at this time,
Sorry.
but we'll keep an eye out for that, obviously.
Yeah, I just wanted that to be part of the intent. That's it. So
Okay.
if that's that's
All those in
acceptable.
favor say aye.
Aye.
And there's
Aye.
no match.
I saw that. First thing I looked for.
Great,
Aye.
great job, Scott. We
Motion
appreciate it.
passes. Thank you very much.
Thanks to all the Parks Board
Thank you very
too.
much.
And item number 5, you said you were back up, discuss and consider execution of a grant contract from TCEQ in the amount of $7.5 million for restoration and enhancement of IB McGee and Padre Bayou Park.
Yes, ma'am, Judge. This is something I've been working on since 2012. following this Restore Grant program. And I've been working with TCEQ for 5 to 6 years to get to this point to get a contract. And so I know Commissioner Gonzalez, you've heard me talk about it. I know Commissioner Chesney, he says, I'll believe it when I see it. And so here we are. You can believe it. So we got the contract. I've got Natalie here with GrantWorks, so she can speak to maybe some of the reporting if you have questions on it, because this is a huge grant contract. It was 176 pages long. I had to go through there and flag the sections that you have to sign, Judge, and that's just preliminary execution. And then, but Alex in Jenny's office, she's been a rock star, man. She has reviewed this thing 2 times for me and just done great work down there, Jenny, just so you let her know that, please. But so this is to, like I said, restore and enhance the RV parks, Padre Valle, Abbey McGee. There are specific metrics that we're going to try to achieve. Working with TCEQ and Treasury, they know that this budget and this budget narrative was developed 6 years ago, and we know price points don't hold. And so we know that, you know, we weren't specific in the grant with we're going to build this many widgets. We just said we're going to build these kinds of widgets. That way, when we go through the procurement process, RFP, we'll be good to go, you know. And so I'll work with that with purchasing, but we had to follow 2 CFR 200 on the RFQ process to go through to a point where we were able to select GrantWorks. So, Natalie, if you wouldn't mind, just kind of explain to them some of the reporting that's going to be required that you are going to do.
Scott,
excuse me.
Just make sure whatever you do in Padre Valle is the correct thing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We want to come back for another round of Padre Valle.
Well, I mean, I didn't, but anyhow.
Yeah.
We know you didn't.
We know. We know.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, and Natalie Gonzalez with GrantWorks. And Scott invited us over just to kind of talk a little bit about, and I'm not going to take even maybe 2 minutes, I hope, to just discuss what our role consists of in this particular project. So something that we will be doing after contract execution is authorized and completed here today, hopefully, is we will be responsible for developing a project-specific work plan that consists of basically describing a project schedule, budget, and activities in the form of a narrative that gets submitted to TCEQ. That will be in coordination with the county. So every single draft that is put together will be, of course, have to be approved by Scott's office. And so that's not something we would go out and do on our own. We will also be taking on the responsibility of all of the reporting, following in compliance with labor standards, initial review of all construction engineer pay applications to ensure grant compliance. The type of reporting we're looking at for this particular project is going to consist of not only monthly reporting, but also quarterly reporting, so 2 different kinds. Monthly reportings are going to be more of your financial status reports, so submitting invoices to TCEQ for reimbursement. Now, the first monthly report will include our narrative performance progress report. That becomes quarterly after construction begins. Until such time occurs, it is required to be reported on monthly. And then the quarterly reports will be what Scott was mentioning earlier, the metric goals, right, deliverables. But there's also milestone reports. So the grant schedule will determine what those milestone requirements look like, and that will be included in the quarterly reports. And then, of course, ultimately making sure compliance with 2 CFR 200 for procurement regulations are being met and being followed. So.
A lot about the 2 CFR 200.
Yes, it's a very important piece. Yes, ma'am.
Very detailed, so thank you for that. Were there any matching for this?
No.
I don't see anything on that.
Nope.
It's all grant, yes.
Judge, this is another one that, I don't even remember when you started, but we had to, some of the grant included because we had spent some significant money out of Precinct 4. That helped with getting this grant. Scott worked his tail off for years to get this thing. The Parks Board did a great job on this. I mean, it's a no-match deal. Obviously, they're going to come back and bring us the projects as they come up, but we've got to accept the grant first. Mm-hmm. But this is definitely in great part to Scott primarily and certainly the Parks Board for also supporting his ability to apply for this. So I would move acceptance of this grant.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? were you wanting to talk, Commissioner? Sorry. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion
And I did put a
passes unanimously.
timeline on the agenda backup. I gave you a timeline of what we expect to do in 2023,
Yes.
24, 25. Okay.
I saw that. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for that, too.
Thank you, sir.
Item number 6, discuss and consider approval and execution of a 2023 agreement for interpreting services between Nueces County and the Center for Deaf and Hard of Hearing and related matters. The term ends December, I guess it ends December 23. It's just an annual term.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, still morning.
Yeah, it's still morning.
Yeah, we've always worked with the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Center when we had clients who we needed interpreters for. This year they asked us, I don't think we've ever had an agreement, a written agreement with them. They asked us to get this, and we've run it through the county attorney's office. The county attorney's office recommended that we make it a blanket organization of Nueces County rather than just the social services department.
We talked about that because the sheriff uses this at times too. We thought it was easier to do one instead of us all having our own little agreements. Yes.
And so with that being said, I do have one recommendation that is on page 4. I believe when this was listed as social services, it had my administrative assistant, Sal Hernandez's name on here to send the invoices to. But if you're going to make it across the county, I'm not sure who you would want invoices to go to for that.
It probably needs to.
We had talked about for the courts going to Emily Waldrop,
6.
and for any other department, for those to go to IDA's office.
Court administration. Yeah. Okay.
Very good, very good.
Very good.
So do we need a motion for that?
Mm-hmm.
So move.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please respond by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. With those changes of the reporting, yes. We have already done, so moving on to item number 10, discuss and consider allocation of ARPA funds previously allocated by Commissioner Chesney for Flower Bluff, London, Port Aransas, and Seashore. And I think this is just because it was a smaller amount that was allocated, that was voted on. You're just trying to increase the amount.
Judge, that's correct, and it's also to work through the contracts or to approve the contracts. Hold on, let me get this large agenda turned to the right page. Sorry. Again, I want to thank Lulu for her help on this. I don't know if she's here, but I want to make sure I want her to, get on up there if you don't mind. We worked through this with the school districts, basically went to each school district and indicated an amount based on the size of the school district. 2 of the school districts opted to stay under the 50,000 so that they didn't have to go through the procurement on this. The other 2, because of their needs and the size, quite frankly, indicated what they needed theirs for. So Lulu went through this with the schools, and we need to approve today, and then they'll work out the contract. I said that wrong. I apologize. So my initial allocation out of the ARPA funds was $225,000. So the amount, as you can see in the book, is $292,000. So I need to make a motion to allocate the additional amount between $292,000 and $225,000. So that would be my motion, first of all, and then included in that motion would be, as per the allocations put forth in your backup, which is $49,000 to Port Aransas, $49,000 to Seashore, $80,000 to London, and $114,000 to Flower Bluff. And those are all for school safety, all for projects that Lulu have looked at and have signed off on, and we will then be bringing back contracts that will reflect all of the rules and procedures and so forth that we've talked about previously. So this complies with the new way that we're doing things. So that's my motion. And that was probably a lot of motion, Lorenzo. I'll tighten that up. So basically it would be to approve the new allocation of $292,000 out of the Precinct 4 ARPA funds with the allocations as articulated to Port Aransas, Seashore, London, and Flower Bluff ISDs.
And you said they're all under 50,000?
No, sir. 2 of them are under 50, and the other 2, they understand they'll have to go through the procurement processes of the county's procurement process, and they'll have to go through that to get those funds.
As a subrecipient, yeah.
As a separate,
subrecipient.
yes, ma'am, as a subrecipient. We're going to get those terms down at some point. Okay.
Wait a second.
Yeah, I do need a second.
Somebody, you made the motion, so.
I made it, yes, sir.
Anybody second?
Second.
Thank you.
There's a motion and a second on Commissioner Chesney's motion to work with his school districts, 2 under 50,000 and the other 3 over 50,000. So, all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carried. Very good. Number 7 been tabled. And number 8, 9 has already been done. Number 10, number 11 is tabled. So number 12, discuss and consider appointment of County Judge Scotty Scott to the tax increment reinvestment zone, the terrace number 2, 3, 4, and 5. Do I hear a motion for that?
Commissioner, I would make a motion to appoint County Judge Scott in place of former County Judge Canales to tax increment investment zones 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Second.
Second. Motion second. Do we appoint Judge Connie Scott to replace previous Judge Canales in the terrace number 2, 3, 4, and 5? Any discussion?
This discussion, Judge, now that you're back, I know we tabled policies, and I think that may be a good place to put this in, is that, I don't know if we need to outline it as part of our policy, or that maybe the court administrator can be monitoring this, when we have a transition, that all of that kind of is automatic, right? That it should be done, that the outgoing court at their last meeting maybe make a formal motion and take action if we need to, or maybe have it on the first meeting, and if that needs to be put in policy, great, or if it's just the court administrator, current or any future, that they maybe have that just planned out. But if we need to put it somewhere in writing, then I'm all for it. I would just make that suggestion, just so we don't have to wait. And there was complications earlier that we talked about with the Clean Air Group, right? So just that all that can also be worked through. But that would be my suggestion. I don't know, Jenny, if we need to put
Having
that
it in a policy, that'd
or
probably be a good
if
idea.
it's just something that
We put item number 13 on there.
They would cover number 13 too.
Yeah, that's what, we
That's the
put
reason we
13
put
on there
13.
just to cover anything we miss or
I
anything,
mean,
but
technically,
should
we
be a
have 4
standard
years.
policy.
We have 4
Exactly.
years, and we could forget about it, or things can change by then. But yeah, that's
Would be
just,
for any of us.
any. Yeah, no, I agree. Maybe
Budget
any
commissioners
member of the
that leave.
court,
Any-
right?
Where you
Yeah,
serve.
that would be a
and-
better
yeah,
policy. So I don't know
that's
if we
true.
can include it, or that's just something that we should expect the court administrator just to make kind of a housekeeping type items, or what would be your suggestion on that?
It would seem that it would be just fine in housekeeping. It never hurts to have it spelled out. We can put that as I favor a centralized place for all of these decisions. If we could put it into the Commissioners Court policies and procedures, it'd be a 1-liner, 2-liner that we could bring back and propose.
At the beginning of the year, it'll be good, first meeting.
Yeah, and we can, when we bring item 11 back in March, we can talk about adding some wording to that. If you'll help me with some wording on that, that'd be great.
Yeah. So you want to do 12 and 13 together? I'm sorry, Judge.
I'm fine, yeah. Go ahead.
Well,
You started it, you can go ahead and finish it.
You want to do 12? Can we do 12 and 13 together, Jenny? Can we do 12 and 13 together?
Since they're
Well-
basically just a blanket, anything that we missed, we could have missed.
You could, yes, replace with all boards, commissions would encompass
Yeah.
12. So if you do 13 and no action on 12, you've taken care of the business.
Yes.
Do I hear a motion number 13?
Well, but I mean, we can do them both, because it's a catch-all, like there's the RTA Fair Committee, for example, that was mentioned in backup but wasn't put on here, so, I mean, we've got a motion on
Doing
12.
both is not going to hurt
Okay.
today, but in
Right.
the future, we'll change that
We just want
policy.
to, it's a catch-all, I mean, that way
Yes.
we know those 4, and then, I
Yeah,
think,
13 is to cover
do we already
the
vote on?
blanket. 13,
We need to vote on 12.
number 12.
We need to vote, we have a
All in-
motion and a second,
All in
right?
favor, number 12?
Aye.
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 Yeah, pass. All opposed? I'm sorry. Pass.
On item number 13, we basically already covered and discussed it. We just need a motion, a blanket. Wait, we have one more thing on item number 12, a separate issue. There are, on TERS 2, we have to bring back because another appointment can be made. The county can have 3 total on TERS 2, and we currently only have 2 people serving on there right now.
Which is 2, sorry, is that mine? Is that, I can't remember. I don't remember
none
which,
of us
I don't
have any
remember.
of
I
We
don't
can
know
get that
the-
information fairly quickly.
I don't remember the numbers, I'm sorry.
Should be right here.
Yeah, we can look at that later anyway, too.
We can do that one later, because this was just a.
Okay.
Because we got to, I think we probably need to
Let's
repost
move
it.
on to item 13, then the discussion we already have. We
The
have
island.
Pardon?
Island.
Oh, it is the island, so it is yours.
That's a new one
Yeah.
where we have to,
Uh-huh.
that was the new thing that we did, Judge, was to add additional representation onto that TERS, and we have to, we need to kind of bring that back as a discussion to see
Bring it
if we
back.
want to
We
put.
don't have to make a motion. We
Right,
don't
to
do
put an
anything.
elected
It was just
official
in my
on, or a
notes
county
to get a motion.
person, because then we're going to have 3, we'd have a quorum. We got to talk, anyway, so that's a
Okay.
little more, but
That
that's
one
good,
needs
that's
to
a
come
great
back.
point.
So, item 13, what we discussed, just the blanket.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. There being none, it passed. Unanimous decision. Number 14, discuss and consider yearly written personnel evaluations and all related matters of all appointed department heads who report to the County Commissioners Court. I brought this on here because I've really been stressing in my department head meetings how we really need at least an annual evaluation of all employees. All departments ought to implement this. I'm really hoping with the new human resources person that they will help us to facilitate this and move it forward. But department heads answer to the Commissioners Court, so I felt like we should at least start having one annual evaluation of all the department heads, and I kind of put a guideline on there, a time frame to get it started. We will have to work that out. It's not anything in writing, but I would just like for it to be part of a motion where we may add 2 at a meeting or something, or if we have special meetings, 1-item meetings, we may add 2 or 3 that day just to get through them. But we can't expect our departments to do it and us not do it as well, so, yes.
Judge, the only one would be emergency management. That's yours, and I don't think that I would want to pull that one off because we really don't, that person doesn't report to us.
Okay.
That would be the only suggestion, so but the rest of it looks fine, but we might want to move one up to fill that spot.
You said earlier that during Harvey, y'all were taking turns and taking shifts and coming up here, so
Just
you
watching.
do.
We were just watching. I mean,
Okay.
we don't have any authority
I'm
during.
willing, I'm just trying to
No,
share the
I
wealth.
appreciate that.
We can work with it once in a while.
Yes, okay.
No, I appreciate it, but I mean,
Okay.
I certainly don't have much interaction with emergency management. I would defer to you anyway on that because, that is definitely your appointment in your department, and that's statutory. So if people want to, I guess, but I just don't.
Okay, well, I don't know that we really even need a motion for this one. I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention and get it
Yeah,
started. Do we
I
need a
think if we're
motion
gonna
for
do
it?
it, we gotta
We need to
make
get a
sure.
motion, or it's going to get pushed
Yeah,
aside.
We're
so-
gonna do it.
Does
on a
the
yearly
same thing
basis,
go
gotta make sure
for
it's-
the people that answer to judges?
Say again?
Does the same thing goes for people that answer to judges,
We-
like Board of Judges and?
That's total departments
not
that are
ours.
not our purview. This is just people that answer to the Commissioners Court. Well, that's ours. It's kind of like I said last night, the other electeds will have to do what they do. It's not our purview.
So I would make the motion to do this other than pulling the emergency management out. That would be
With the
only one.
exception of the emergency management, and we have a second already on that motion.
So just clarification, this
Yes.
is everyone who receives an appointment by Commissioners Court.
Not an
That is a department
appointment,
head.
I can't hear you, John.
department heads. It's not
An
an,
appointed department head.
Or-
I mean, they're selected by the court.
by the court, or we
So,
interview to
court
hire, like,
administrator,
yeah, human resources.
Human resources, all those.
I've been having these Monday morning meetings with all department heads, and it's actually
Public
been,
Works.
actually
Inland Parks.
very influential. So I think, I just thought it was necessary. If we're going to ask them to do it, we should also be evaluating them as well. And as a business owner, we know you have to have stuff on file with employees. It just doesn't hurt for us to keep track and make sure everybody's doing well, and we're doing exceptionally well. Nothing said about anybody's not, but we should have these reports so everybody can improve. We all have room for improvement, by all means.
Great idea.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Judge, can I guess the only question I have is, on that, since we're starting these pretty quickly, who will devise the way that we evaluate? That was one of the things that I had suggested in the job description that I have for consideration for the court, as one of the new job descriptions, but.
I think,
not yet.
and my thoughts process on that, because I did have a thought about it. I thought when we decide who we're going to talk to that meeting or whatever, then we also would like to pre-notify them and let them bring us a list of their job, what job duties they do, because as we saw in these job descriptions, some of them are so antiquated they're not even accurate. But if they bring that and then we use one of those standard forms on, make it more broad and more concise about what they actually do in their position, that will help HR when we turn it over to her and say this, in the future if something happens, or it's just updating.
Right, I think it's a great idea, but to me, I was just hoping what we could do is come up with a form that we agreed to that said, here's how we're going to do it, so that they all know how we're doing it and we all can do it, and it's a written quantitative report that we can.
That's the report
consensus.
that we have from, I think, on the Texas Association of Counties.
Okay,
has
I just
one
didn't,
that
that's
we
what I
were
was
gonna use.
asking.
That's what I meant.
So yeah, I have a policy from the TAC that I have, and I want to share with the new HR, so we work on new forms to update everything.
We may tweak it a little bit too, but that was the original form we had looked at.
Oh, okay, I'm
And
sorry, I
then
didn't
the only other addition was asking them before they came in to basically tell us, because a lot of people are doing jobs that have nothing related to what their job description does.
As long as we have a form that everybody's okay with, that's all I was looking for, to where it's not just a, let's talk. It's and then
form.
whatever we come to a consensus as, and here's what we.
And you'll
yeah.
get,
Okay.
I need to get all those.
Thank you,
out
appreciate
for
it. Good job. Thank you, Judge.
We've already voted on that one. Okay, item number 15, discuss and consider execution of property transfer form for a 20 kW single-phase generator from Texas A&M University Property Management to Nueces County. We're always grateful for things like this.
So move. Donated from College Station, the Colonia Initiative Group. They asked us if we wanted generators, so I said yes. So
you're awesome. Thank you.
One and Jerry and they went to pick it up. It's a donation. It's a transfer, but it's a donation, and you have a letter here, Jenny, that I found that says donation.
Good job.
We basically have to accept the donation.
The commissioner wishes to place this donation.
Yes.
Yeah, on portable generator for acceptance, the next commissioner's court, so. And also the value of that is $6,203.
That's what else I needed, yes.
And there might be another one coming, so we can have to stop renting generators, and so hopefully we get another one, and something happens, we've got generators to work with.
We
Very good.
can always use generators. Very good. Very good.
I hate when they tell me they're going to rent.
I'll make the motion to accept that, yes.
Second.
We have a second, and all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. A unanimous decision moving forward. Thank you. Item number 16, discuss and consider the next Commissioners Court meeting date and related matters. The next Commissioners Court scheduled date is February 22nd, and that is the Coastal Bend Days at the Capitol. We were thinking we might want to change that, because I know I was planning to attend. I think Brent said he was planning on going. I don't know, or any of the other commissioners planning to attend as well. Yeah, it looks like several of us are, so we need to work on a new date.
Would the 23rd work for everybody instead of the 22nd?
The 23rd, my calendar, I don't have it.
It's a Thursday?
Yeah.
Thursday?
Yes, no, maybe so?
Right now, I'll check.
I need to
but
check
yeah, I
my
think so.
schedule with some doctors.
Mhm.
See, I'll do that today.
Okay, you want to hold off on this one until you check, and then we can come back to this?
I have it on my calendar. Give me a minute. I'll go look.
No, it's, I mean,
Yeah, I need to check mine too.
Let me go look real quick.
okay, whatever you want to do.
Okay. Okay. Do we want to move on to the next one? We'll come right back when he
Right,
gets back. Or we'll
Sheriff?
just wait a minute. He's looking at his calendar.
Yeah, we'll move to the sheriff and come back.
Yeah, okay. And Section B, the sheriffs, number 2, we already did number 1. So discuss and consider funding source for body cameras, in-car cameras, tasers, and interview room technology for Nueces County Sheriff's Office and approve cooperative contract purchase method. So we need to, I believe they said we could use the PPFCO funds for this purchase, and the sheriff has agreed to provide the annual fee for the first year and possibly some other, it's like $112,000 annually, $115,000, I think.
Yes, Your Honor, we met with Michael in the sheriff's office on this issue to find out where, because their car cameras, body cameras, and interview rooms technology is coming to an end of life, and it needs to be replaced. And if it not replaced, then that would be a significant damage to the county. Working with the sheriff's office, we found it's a very large expense. We try to figure out how to best fund this. Now, as we know, we did issue a bond issue in 2022 called a PPSCO, or Professional Financing Certificate Obligation, and there are about $1.7 million available if the court sees it fit to do this. Now, this PPSCO can only be used for capital expenses, being the cameras, the actual tasers, and it cannot be used for software.
Yes.
It cannot be used for software. It can only be used for this. So we met with him saying if the court's willing to do this, there is funds in that particular funding source to cover some of the hard costs. Now, the rest of the costs would have to be through the sheriff's office or through other means for the software and other issues that they'll have. And I believe the chief is here to help discuss this. Or he was, yes.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. This proposal that we had placed on the agenda back in early 2020, before I ever came on board, and under a prior administration, the county received notice from WatchGuard, which is our present camera system. WatchGuard handles our interview rooms, handles our body cameras, and handles our in-car cameras, that they would be coming to end of life, but they would make every attempt to continue to support our systems for 3 years, where we're at the 3-year mark. And so we're not going to have support at some point. We've had issues with some of our cameras breaking down on a regular basis. I was advised here recently that we actually have some marked units in the field, some of our warrant units, that do not have in-car cameras because the previous administration determined that they don't need in-car cameras. Now, our deputies have body cameras, but that in-car camera is a very important aspect of it. So we looked at Axon, and I feel it's the best proposal out there. Axon is internationally, nationally known. They would provide body cameras. They would provide the in-car cameras for the fleet, all the units that we need them in. They would provide the technology for the interview room, which is the smallest, and then we would upgrade from the Taser X26 Taser, and my initial proposal was the Taser 7, but I've had additional conversation, and I have Matt Applebaum, who's a representative from Axon, to answer additional questions. They proposed to be able to give us the Taser 10 just released for no additional charge, so we could update that bid, and it would basically just replace the Taser 7 with Taser 10. The thing is, the whole system is integrated. For example, when we get into the new system, if a deputy pulls their Taser out of the holster for any reason to utilize it, even if they do not utilize it, the body camera will automatically activate, and we'll get that there. And we proposed is the hardware be covered under the funds that the auditor's office, the auditor had identified. And then there was an additional $564,497.80 that can be paid out over the 5-year period. This would be 5-year contract where they give us full support, all the cartridges we need for the tasers, warranty. There's also a $10 million liability policy out there to cover us on the tasers if we ever had encountered that issue and get sued. And any taser over 5 years old, we can't take advantage of that liability policy. So, and we've had our present tasers since 2015. If you have any questions regarding what was provided to you in regard to the initial quote or that was provided, Matt Applebaum is on the air there. If you guys would like to have any questions for the Axon
like
representative.
Michael might have something he needs
Okay.
to add to this as well.
Well, just before we get too far down the road with a particular vendor, today's action item for the sheriff is to seek funding approval from the court.
It is
and then
not
also,
about the individual vendor.
right, and
because
to
we have go
authorize
out.
the procurement method of utilizing a cooperative vendor. And so once y'all approve, if y'all approve both of those actions, then I'll work with the sheriff and we'll come back to you with the actual purchase under that contract.
Commissioner Chesney, go ahead.
Michael, stay up there. So I had conversations with Chief yesterday, and I appreciate his time, and told him what I was going to ask and the questions that I had, because I'm always, my stance on not loving the sole source or whatever it is, unless we have to do it. I know it's not sole source, but cooperative vendor, I guess, is the same kind of thing.
It's not the same.
Okay, so how are we getting around the fact that the body cams, I know the tasers are proprietary and they're the only ones who do tasers. How are we getting around the body cam part of this? Because there's lots of body cams.
So the procurement method that's being recommended is the cooperative procurement method. What that means is that a cooperative can put out a bid where there is free and open competition. Anyone can participate in that process. People submit proposals. The cooperative reviews the proposals and makes recommendations to their board. Their board approves certain vendors to be awarded. That satisfies the competitive procurement requirements of the Purchasing Act. And so
this would be
we are able
anyone
to
could
leverage as a individual county purchasing agent. I can leverage those contracts for where the county has an interlocal agreement to utilize that cooperative. So it's just as though we bid it here.
So this wouldn't be because, and the chief, we talked about yesterday, I mean, this wouldn't be necessarily us saying that we're going to use this particular company today. We're going to put it out to a cooperative vendor program to where others will have the opportunity to bid on this.
Okay, let me clarify, because I think the court does not fully understand cooperatives.
You just explained it. And
I
that's
tried
what you just,
to.
no, what
What
you
I
just
tried to-
explained was it was going to go out to other people and there would be
That they
bids and
already
so-
did. They already do this on an annual basis for a lot of different commodities. They'll put out proposals, advertisements. We have some in the Caller Times that come to notify our local vendors if they wish to participate. They can submit proposals. They get reviewed and selected. That is the bidding process. Once that passes, there's a set of pricing that each vendor that proposed is going to be held to. So we can then select any vendor on that list that has been previously competitively bid and awarded to utilize for our contracts, and there's no need for an additional separate bidding process.
So basically, we are selecting this person today. You may say we're not, but you are, because they're on the cooperative vendor list, and
there are a lot of vendors on the cooperative vendor list. You
Right,
can
but
select anyone that you want because they've all been through that process.
But
It's
you're
very
selecting-
similar to the pool that we did for engineers.
Right, but the reality is they're on the list. They're what the pricing is from. You're going to come back and tell us that this is the one that we're picking at some point, right?
Well, I still have to talk to the sheriff's office to confirm, but it's headed that direction, yes.
Okay, well, then we need to say that because it made it sound like.
But it's not that there's no competition. I don't like the implication that the county's not doing competition, because we are by utilizing the cooperative process.
But, okay, we are technically, but the way you explained it, it made it sound like this would go out to some cooperative vendor type situation, when in reality, that's not where we're going with this. And we just need to be upfront about it and say, this is not what we're doing, because there's a cooperative vendor program that if the court chooses, that the court then can do that and that meets the Purchasing Act. But we can't try to we can't in any way, shape, or form make it look like it's anything but what it is. And what it is they want us to go out for the cooperative vendor approval today. That's what you're asking for, which will then basically bring back this vendor at this price. And that's where it's headed. I mean.
Well, to be fair, Commissioner, the first step in the process is for y'all to set aside some funds for any project to be done.
Right.
And then once that's done, then y'all have a decision to make about whether you would like me to put out an individual bid for this, or if you want me to utilize a cooperative vendor for this. The cooperative vendor has already met the competitive requirements of the Purchasing Act. That's our meeting the law requirements of Chapter 262 of the Texas Local Government Code.
Great, but in the backup, it has all the cooperative bidding and background from one vendor. So that's where we're headed, and we need to be honest and say, this is what we're doing, and if that's what the court wants to do, then great. But let's don't say it any other way, because all our backup says this company. So, I mean, I don't know what you mean you have to get with the sheriff's office. You know what the sheriff's office wants to do because you reviewed this backup, right?
So the sheriff office submitted the backup to you. I did not see what they provided to you for backup on this. All I know that they had to get a quote, just like when you're trying to figure out, can I afford something? I have to go price the market somewhere and get some price to know what ballpark we're in. And then right now, the sheriff's office is requesting the court to consider funding based on the products that they reviewed and what they cost to ask for a certain dollar figure. And then semicolon on that is the court's decision if they want to utilize a cooperative purchasing method. They have found a cooperative vendor that they believe will work out for us and be in alignment with the products that we're currently using and work integrated very well with what they have. And by selecting a vendor at a later court, I'll be presenting exactly how that complies with the Purchasing Act again.
Okay, so you haven't seen the backup for the item that you're up here talking about. I guess I thought you had because it's very clear on
I've seen the information separately. I didn't see what he turned in for this particular agenda item today.
Okay, but
our discussion was around not talking about individual vendors. I don't know why that was included at this time.
Commissioner, he has the bids. He has seen the bids that you have in your hands.
Right, and so is the rest of the world because it's been posted online. So to say, I got to get with the sheriff's office, I mean, there's no getting with the sheriff's office. It's right here in our packet. It's been posted online for 3 days. So, I mean, it's out there to know exactly where we're going with this. And if it meets and it complies with their thing, then okay, that's fine. But we just need to be straight up with what we're doing. And then my question, Chief, that I was talking to you about yesterday was, and Dale too, I have questions for you on this too. He was telling me that we had to break this out because obviously there's a long-term cost on this in addition to the hardware cost, which is pretty significant. It's great that you found that money because, as I told the Chief, you were always able to find stuff because I didn't know we had this kind of money sitting there. So good for you for doing it. But he indicated that it had to be broken out that we couldn't do it all from one fund, that we had to break it out.
Sure. Yes, Commissioner, when we went out for the loan that we got in the 2022 for the new ERP system we had, which was the PPSCO, according to our bond counsel, that can only be used for implementation of software only. It cannot be used for a continuation progress, which is the 5-year progress, and it can only be used for hardware. So since the items we're talking about through this event is hardware, which can be allowed, which was the $971,000 or $941,000. However, the software, since it's a multiple-year projects, cannot be funded through the PPSCO. So we have to find other means of funding that.
And I hate to use this word, but because this would be a specific one-time funding, would something like ARPA be able to pay for something like this? Because it concerns me to put this in the general fund budget. If we've got these ARPA funds now, would we be able just to pay for this whole thing now and not have to worry about the sheriff coming back and asking for $100,000 for 4 years after he's kind enough to pay for the first year?
And we did mention this to Commissioner Court Administration that there is a possibility of ARPA, but we need to make sure it's a qualifying event. And it may be that this requires us to go through a lost revenue side of it or other forms of it. And I don't know if they've done that review yet.
We have to assess this and then just make a decision, yes.
So
To look at.
You got to
Yes.
get on the mic. I can't hear you.
Go to the mic.
I just want to know, like, we're trying to consider funding sources. I support the sheriff and the chief and what they're trying to do, but I just want to make sure that we've looked at all funding sources.
Okay, so
Well,
for
and also,
ARPA,
and one point with this too, though, and keep in mind, because, I mean, I guess you could pay in advance, but this is for 5 years afterwards, and the ARPA ends in 26.
But if you pay in advance, that's an option.
Yeah, you can pay in advance all
You
at
can
once.
pay in
Yes,
advance, and
yes.
it doesn't matter if it goes past that amount? Okay.
No, it's,
Good.
in other
They
words,
completed
it's,
the project.
right, it's
Yeah.
because they're just letting us pay it out because it's a yearly maintenance type cost that they broke out because
Yes.
Dale said they had to break
We
it
have
out.
for this particular purpose, yes.
Right, so, go ahead.
the requirement that needs to be met is that if the report includes that there was an arrest and it included a gun, let's say, it has to be notated. So there are certain requirements that the body cameras have to abide by in order for it to qualify.
And so you just, so you haven't, I guess you haven't gotten enough review yet to make a determination, is that what you're saying?
Well, I've received and I've looked, it doesn't specify, if there was a robbery or a traffic stop, it doesn't say.
The final rule says, as Lulu is saying, is qualifying that your gun violence has to increase over a certain period of time. And that information, as we've been informed from several offices, has to come from the city of Corpus Christi. Your gun violence must go up, and it's got to be a gun-related offense.
Okay,
Voters should be able
so,
to use as well.
so how do we get to that point where you can tell us yes or no? What do you need to get to that point? No, Lulu, what do you need to get to, what do you need to get to the point where you can tell the court?
Reports from the city and the
Say that again?
county. Reports.
Like back reports, like what they've done?
Correct. Or how they're going to utilize the body cameras. We just need a trend.
Okay, because obviously, this is a large number.
It is.
We have, as was provided to you, hundreds of thousands of dollars of personnel coming off ARPA over the next 2 years, which is going to cost this court a fortune.
Correct.
So I'm looking down the road saying, okay, here's another 112,000 that we're going to know that after the first year, and again, thanks to the sheriff and the chief for coming up with the first year, but then after that, we're going to have 4 more years of paying for it. So if we can figure out, I would like this court to at least consider ARPA as a funding source if it qualifies and pay it all up front and not have to stick another 112,000 in the general fund in addition to the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars we're fixing to stick on the court.
Correct.
So how fast can we get those reports and get that determination?
I think you're looking at 3 to 6 months if you want these reports that you're talking about. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, and we're already at the end of life on these things. The money's already there for the hardware. We're willing to cover the software the first year, and if we need to, we'll cover it into the other 4 years. I think it should be a budgeted item, and I'm willing to come back to the Commissioners Court and have the discussion about the software being budgeted, and if at that time you don't want to provide that, you feel like we need to continue to provide it, then we'll address it through one of our either law enforcement trust fund or possibly the inmate benefit fund.
Yeah, but we can't do that because y'all are asking for this today.
Yes, I
Right, but we can't come
am.
back.
I mean, if you want to make it ARPA funds, not only, we're not even going to be able to go through the, explain about the bidding process.
So if you change from the PPFCO funding and the sheriff's funds to ARPA, now the whole rules change about how I can procure this item, and the suggestion of using a cooperative vendor comes off the table, and I would have to go and start a brand-new bidding process locally for another 60 to 90 days.
Wow.
After we get the reporting, which is another 3 or 4 months out. So
Can we just do this for this first year and then see what we're going to do it the next year or two?
My proposal is we will cover the first year in the software. When we start discussing the budget for the next year and the year after, we'll bring it to the court. And if the court chooses to fund it as part of the general fund, as part of the budget, okay. Or if they say, we would prefer that you find the money elsewhere, then I will work with the sheriff and use one of the other funds to cover the software side of it.
I think that's fair. I think we should just go ahead and do it for the first year.
I mean, we'll cover the software on the first year. There's no doubt about that. We'll take care of that, Commissioner. And then, but the hardware is the issue on the funds, the $941,423.65 for the hardware that gets us the in-car cameras, that gets us the body cameras, that gets us the tasers, and gets us the interview room, so that we can move forward. So the funds that the auditor has identified is for hardware only. The software is what gets taken out over a 5-year period, and that's $112,899.56 each year.
And we don't have any COs anywhere else or anything else that would qualify to pay for this as an upfront cost, because I know y'all divided it out, but the original proposal was the upfront cost.
There are some other of our older COs that have some software available into them, and I can work with Teresa on her side as well as Daryl on his side to find out if there are some spots. I believe that 2021 has some funds available, but they've kind of been appropriated. We just need to change the appropriation.
I'd at least like to have the court consider that. They may not want to do it, but I'd sure like to consider it. I'm not saying we can't move forward today, but I'd sure like to bring back the part about, I hear you on the
I think
ARPA,
the
that's
21
fine.
has around $1 million worth of software. I know Daryl's got a lot of stuff he needs to get done with that, but there may be some room to cover this $500,000.
So you're wanting to basically look for funding that is allocated just for software, possibly, or something that,
that's
I don't
allowable.
understand with why you want to not use, and I'm new, y'all, so please help me.
No, it's okay.
Why this PPFCO money is not okay with you, why you're wanting to look.
No, that's okay, but that's only for capital expenditures.
Oh.
And so he's saying the
For the
PPFCO.
115, you're looking for the additional.
No, the
okay.
COs cannot be used for any other expense, just capital expense, and that's for all the COs.
Yeah, I thought he was asking about the other.
Well, but he's saying there's some other COs that have
It could be
some.
used for implementation of software, but it cannot be used for a multi-year process.
Correct. It cannot be for the annual pay expense.
Well, then the possibility that we cover the first year, the software, and you guys, and then the auditor and the court administrator could then examine COs for the next 4 years.
That's all I'm getting, that's where I was.
So we would cover the first year, then they can look at the funding, the COs, certificate obligations for the next 4 years, and if it's available, then they could bring that to the court and say, hey, we've identified these funds for this 4 years.
That's all I was trying to get
I
to.
think
Yes, sir.
That's a good solution. I make a motion that we do that.
And Commissioner, I believe there might be room because, as we know, of some of our COs, we have some funds still in the banks, and right now our interest rates are at 5%. So we're making a lot of money on our interest, and that has not been allocated yet. So that's an area where we can cover some costs there.
Okay, so let's just, the motion would be to do exactly what the chief articulated, which is to approve the PPFCO money and the first year expenditure out of whatever fund the sheriff's doing, and then to bring back to court a review as soon as you've got it to look at how we fund the other 4 years.
Yeah, I think that's the way we need to go right now.
Why?
Just gives everybody time to work on it for the next year. And if we have to use ARPA for 1 year, we use ARPA for 1 year.
Because I don't know how we're paying for the other 4 years right now anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to.
Judge, the motion is you want whatever the sheriff has?
My motion is
The
to
PF
go,
the
my
motion-
motion is to
oh,
go
go
with the chief's recommendation.
The chief's recommendation.
Which is to approve the PPFCO for the capital expenses, to approve the first year as the sheriff has articulated that he would pay for, and then we would bring back, once Dale gets a chance to go review and see if there's any other options, the possibility of paying the other 4 years
Second and
up
third
front. Part, right?
Yes.
Is that?
Do you have that?
Yeah,
Okay.
it looks really weird when
It's
you
really long,
put it
but that's
right.
how
Put it
we
in
want
writing,
to.
please.
It is what it is.
It's really
I'll write it
everything
for
he's
you.
offered, and the next year we'll bring it back and decide
Sheriff's
a place to
out of
fund it.
out of his funds.
The
That's all I'm
first
asking.
year.
The
His
first
funds,
year.
the first year from the
The
sheriff.
software
correct.
cost,
Okay,
yes.
that's
So-
all I'm asking.
First year
It's not whatever
software
the sheriff
cost.
wants.
Yes, no.
Specific, thank you.
Any other discussion, guys? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Made it, Jack.
The motion passes, and good luck, Sheriff.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate your time and attention.
Did y'all also approve the after semicolon part? The
The what?
cooperative purchase method?
You're going to make a motion for that, Joe?
Second.
No.
I make a motion.
Yeah, second.
We approve the second cost.
The second cost,
Which is to
for
approve the
him
cooperative
using-
contract
yeah, the
purchase
cooperative
method.
contract, yes, okay. We have a motion and a second to approve that cooperative contract. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Thank you, the motion passes. Sorry, we didn't realize we needed to divide that up. Moving to item C, grants. Receive an update on the emergency rental assistance program. This has actually expired, I believe, right? The night it was approved for 90 days and it has expired, but would you please explain and let
Yes.
us know? Thank you very
The
much for being
temporary
here.
workers, we had hired them back in October, and they worked for us through January. So with all of the ERAP cases, we were handed 182 cases, I believe. We went through all of those. We wound up helping a few for a total of $38,563.82, and all other cases were deemed ineligible for assistance. And that's really our update.
And you're not asking to extend or redo this, you're just updating us, telling us it's expired and it's over with and done and the work's been done, we're
Yes.
fine? Yes.
So with the two workers that we had, we spent about a total of $9,014 in salary. So they were just working part-time.
Any questions
We
before
can just,
she
when
leaves?
we close this out, I'm saying, ERAP is gone, it's through, we're through with it, done.
Are we requesting, I'm sorry.
This is just an update.
The thing is, what are we, I thought ERAP was already done with for a while back. I know that Haggerty came back and said that you're gonna hire 2 part-time people to work with Haggerty to try to get this thing done, get rid of it. So now we still haven't spent all the money, right? And so Haggerty is still hanging on there, I guess.
No, sir.
No?
The purpose of social services taking over was the not to exceed amount allocated to Haggerty was done. And they was to transition their information to social services. So we were still using their software. And so right now we are in the waiting for them to transfer all their information from their software to somehow get it to us, because we still have to do reporting on the information.
So we're having trouble getting their information?
Not really. They just have to, I guess, work with IT to move information over because it is their own software area. They can't just send it over.
So is it safe?
And yes, but the Nueces County still was allocated a certain amount. That's when I came back and I requested a second tranche. That was for ERAP too. Of course, as time goes by, they in our reporting, they say, well, you have to reduce it by this much, and if you want to, so we only got a certain amount, and that's what we were using to pay off anything else we were.
So we can say we're gonna close it out, we're not through with it?
That is another recommendation that I would need the approval of the court, that if Treasury allows us to reallocate, send back the funds, then we can go ahead and process it and not have to come back and maybe miss the deadline for us to submit that.
Well, I recommend you close it out. It has nothing to do with Haggerty anymore either. That's my motion.
Okay.
Second.
Close out ERAP.
What was the motion? Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom.
If we close out the
Close out the ERAP is
Close it out?
finished, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Send
Okay.
back any
So we have a
money.
motion and a second. Is there, Commissioner Hernandez seconded. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. The motion passes. We are about to go to, we have a specialty item set for 1 p.m. on conducting the interviews. Or the people aren't here, it's fine?
It's posted.
I don't know. They may have taken time off, though.
I know. We have them set for 1 o'clock, so, and and we were, we normally, are we going to go do executive session as well after the interviews while we're cut?
Your call, Judge.
Yes, well, I have it on the agenda, but I have to read all of this stuff if we're going to that. We're going to skip to executive session. Public notice is given that the interviews will be in there anyway. So public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code. I don't have to read that whole top, do I? Yes, sorry. To the extent there's been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice, reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda item in the executive session when it's authorized to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go to executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in an executive session. Item A, specialty item set for 11, conduct interviews of applicants for the position of Human Resources Director, Texas Government Code 551.074. B, consult with county attorney on legal matters related to terminating all program management services on all county projects, Texas Government Code 551.071. Consult with county attorney regarding cease and desist letter regarding to Padre Bayou Park, provide status update, discuss legal issues and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Consult with county attorney on legal matters on consult with county on legal matters related to the agreement with Haggerty Consultant, Inc. for disaster response and recovery support related to ARPA, FEMA, and infrastructure and recovery grant support and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. F, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to demand dated January 26, 2023, and case number 222-CV-00112, Guy Williams versus Nueces County, Texas, in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Texas and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item G, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters relating to hiring outside counsel for A. Shaker in case number 2022-CCV-61337-4, Maria Kroskov et al., Nueces County, Texas, and Nueces County Court at Law Number 4 and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. H, consult with county attorney regarding legal matters related to the claim by Juan Pimentel dated January 28, 2023, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Consult with county attorney, consult with county attorney regarding legal matters related to 219 CV0043 Diana Bond individually and as representative heir of the estate of Tammy Bond and as next friend for ARB, a minor child versus Nueces County, Texas, in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Texas and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item J, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to 221 CV-00235 Margaret Mary Smith versus Nueces County, Texas, Gage Matthew Hinojosa individually. WellPath Recovery Solutions, LLC, WellPath LLC et al., and the Southern District of Texas, Corpus Christi Division, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item K, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to 221 CV 00299, Curtis Anthony Jones versus Nueces County, Texas, in the Southern District of Texas, Corpus Christi Division, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. L, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to economic development programs pursuant to Government Code Section 381.004B and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. And then M, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to hiring an in-house investigator for the county attorney's office and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. So it is.
Judge, you don't think we need to hear, I know Mr. Richter is here, can we just hear number one on Public Works? Mr. Richter is here from.
We just announced all that.
Do I have to re-announce everything?
No.
Yeah, they said I do.
I think you have to re-announce everything again.
Yes.
That's the rule.
That's the rule.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Richter.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Richter, I'm so sorry. But it is 12:46, and we are now breaking for executive session, and you don't have 3:59, and we are coming back from executive session. We will take up those items now in section 5. I believe we need to do B.
Judge, you want to start with is that what you're doing in executive session?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
not going to do an item on A, so we're going to 5B, right?
Okay, I think he was going to make that, but I can try it if you want to.
Okay.
The motion would be to, Jenny, how do we want to word this? The motion would be to
I can
terminate.
read it first, so we can wait, because I do have to read it off in here.
Oh, you do have to read
Yeah,
it.
so
Oh,
wait a
sorry.
second. Yeah.
Oh, thought you were ready to go, sorry.
Yeah, we'll give you a couple of seconds. Discuss and consider terminating all program management services on all county projects. Change the Bob Hall Pier project with project management services and related matters. And I believe we were going to add also the animal control facility on this one. Is
So
this
Jenny,
right, John?
what's the rule on that? Does she have to read every time,
No.
or does she just have to say item A? Because
I think you can,
I think she just has to say item A. I don't think.
Oh, she said I had to read it.
the reading is important on the executive session.
Going
notice,
into,
going
but not
into-
coming out. We can
Correct.
just do section B then.
Right, and
Yeah.
then you'll want
Believe me,
to-
I'm not complaining. That's
when
great.
When it's complex, more reading would be good.
Why did y'all add 5? You added 5.
Was just to come back and deal with. So, and on section 5B, coming out of open session, I believe that's your motion, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Section 5B or
Page
oh,
11
yeah,
of
yeah,
11.
yeah, motion will be to terminate all programs management, work authorizations, except for a separate contract number 5. That's a separate contract with the pier.
Except Bob Hall Pier.
Except Bob Hall
Animal
Pier.
control.
Yeah.
And Commissioner,
You
for
said no,
that,
that was on a different
for
one.
that contract with LAN, what you're saying is you want to get rid of all work authorizations that have previously been issued, except for the one regarding Bob Hall Pier.
Which is work order number 5.
Number 5. Okay.
5.
Second, if that wasn't seconded. Sorry. Okay.
Any, all in favor? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign?
No.
5B.
The motion passes. Item C. Relating to Padre Bay Park. Brent?
Judge, I think that would actually tie back to one on the agenda. I'm trying to find the number. I'm sorry. It was the one, gosh darn it.
There's another one back. I know it's
It was
item-
about-
Motion made to go ahead and allow the county attorney to meet,
No,
to
hold on.
continue to meet with him.
Hold on. It's the one that I put on regarding
To the other one.
the county judge, the county judge, the Parks Board Chairman, and myself to meet with the Jones family in regards to this matter to try to determine a positive resolve. I'm just trying to find the agenda item that it relates to, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it here. My agenda's out of order. Hang on. Anybody wants to help, please?
Yeah, we're all looking. That's,
There may not have been an outside item.
Yeah, there was, because I put it on separately. Here it is, C. Oh, it's open session C, discuss and consider authorizing the county judge, precinct 4 commissioner, and chairman of the Parks Board to meet with the Jones family, including but not limited to Mr. Larry Jones, Mr. Bud Jones, and any of the other family members that have legal standing in the Padre Bayou dispute and all related matters. The intent here to the court is to make sure and show the good faith effort that we have to sit down with the Jones family to try to resolve these issues peacefully. That would be the motion, Judge.
Second.
and we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 The motion passes.
Opposed?
And we tabled item D. Item E on Haggerty Consulting.
No action.
No action was taken on that.
Oh,
because
no action.
it'll expire.
Oh, item F.
Judge, there's a motion to reject the demand made on
Second that.
this case.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Item G.
Judge, because Dr. Shaker is being sued in the scope of his employment, the county is legally obligated and has always been legally obligated to provide him a defense, as we are for many employees sued in the scope of their employment. And so begrudgingly, I would make that motion to,
We have no choice, no.
no, because we have no choice to hire outside counsel. That was a motion. Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Hold on. Do I need to say who that counsel is, Jenny?
Do you need to list who the
That one,
counsel?
yes.
Yeah, I think I need to. That was Mr. Shower
Yes.
at the rate of $400 per hour.
What is his name?
Don Shower, S-C-H-A-U-E-R.
U-A-E-R.
S-C-H-A-U-E-R. Don. And his law firm. I guess we need to include his law firm in that, Jenny, or is it just him?
It's him.
Okay, fair.
You'll be
Okay.
hiring the law firm.
We
It'll
have
be
a
an engagement with the
motion
law firm.
and a second included in his lawyer that we're going to have represent him. All those in favor, say aye.
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 No.
Any opposed, same sign.
No.
Motion passes, 1 no. H.
So put two, I'm sorry, let me go back up. I'll be a no on number C too.
On number
On
which?
G?
You seconded the motion.
G.
G.
Okay. Okay, well, then I'm going to vote no, too, if we're going to do it that way. I'm not going to do that. That's not right. You seconded the motion. You seconded the motion. You seconded the motion.
But that's just for discussion.
Well, okay, but, hey, sorry?
Okay, I second the motion for discussion, but.
Okay, so let's discuss this, because I'm not doing this anymore.
This is for the attorney to pay the attorney $400 per hour?
Yeah, no, here's the deal. I'm not going to sit here and, we have no choice but to defend this guy.
Excited about it.
Okay, I mean,
You're right.
Judge Scott, are you opening the item?
I don't want to do it either. It makes me sick to do it too, but we don't have a choice.
No, you're right.
If
We have-
anybody is sued in this county,
His motion clearly stated
We'll stay with the second
why we're
motion.
doing this against,
Yeah, I was looking at
Yes.
that with my.
there are only exceptions would be, and I don't want to put that one out there because it's out there, but there are very few exceptions. But if anyone is sued in the confines of their job, doing their job in Nueces County, then we have no choice but to defend them. It is disgusting that we have to, but it is the law.
Yeah.
So we have to follow the law on these things. And
I forgot about that one too.
I mean, I don't want to do it either, but we have to follow the law.
Okay, so is that 4-1 still, or 3-2? Or 4-1, okay.
so H,
No action.
no action. And,
Well,
there was a,
Well, she's gonna get back with us, I guess.
I think it's a motion to reject the claim as put forth and for the county attorney to go
as is
talk to him.
the rest of them, yeah.
For a motion?
Yep.
Judge, is there a motion on H? Or
Yes,
action?
there is a motion to reject the claim as presented.
And instruct, God bless him, county attorney to, is there more to add?
I don't know.
The reason why you need to state the motion so it's clear for the minutes.
No, I'm
And it's
saying, I don't know
clearly
if anybody
written
wants to add to it or not. I'm just saying, we don't, I mean, again.
We asked
Wants to add to
you
it.
Direct
Jump
the
right in.
county
direct
attorney.
the county attorney to negotiate
Yes.
still.
Okay.
It wasn't
fine.
an amount or anything
Okay,
given,
right,
it was
that's
just
it,
to
that's it.
negotiate.
Okay,
Yes,
that's
sorry.
it. That's
I was
okay.
trying to think if there was anything else.
No.
We've been gone a
No,
while.
that's fair. I was
Yeah.
waiting to see what everybody else wanted to do, because
Yes.
Okay. It's
I don't know, I was trying to find out, yeah.
who made the motion? Commissioner
Brent made the motion. Chesney made the motion.
Who seconded?
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Everybody's okay. And the end of my list on item five ends there, but we still have some other items that we took up. That's all that I have printed.
Judge, could I just,
Sorry.
on special,
He's got another one there, no?
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't know you were talking, sorry.
On I, didn't we want to reject that? Is that your motion to reject?
Have the
Yeah.
county attorney negotiate.
And have the
Second.
county attorney negotiate as well. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Jay
J is this,
versus Nueces County.
um,
Recommend that the county attorney.
there's two
negotiate.
separate ones on that one. There's two separate.
It's still a motion to reject and for the county attorney to
Negotiate, yes. So,
Sorry.
and that is on J. We have a motion.
Motion to reject and the county
reject
attorney
and
to
the
continue to
county attorney
negotiate.
And that's you, Chesney, Commissioner Chesney?
And then
I don't know.
Commissioner Gonzalez, you going to second that one?
Okay.
He seconds.
Reject.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then L,
Okay.
no action, and
Yeah,
Oh, no, K was no action.
K
Okay.
was no action. I have an X on that.
No action,
L
okay.
is,
Judge, a motion to have the county attorney to come up with an economic development policy and working with the city or the EDC or whatever appropriate entity they can find the policy to do this on.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Then M is the county attorney's
M,
authorize them to, if necessary, hire an in-house investigator.
Is that a motion, Judge?
It should be authorized county attorney to engage with certified attorney to investigate if needed.
If, well,
In-house
authorize if
investigator,
necessary.
not a lawyer,
Yeah, it wouldn't be a lawyer, it would be an investigator.
like a private, yeah.
Engage with.
That was a motion, then second.
Investigator.
Is that a
Well,
motion,
let's
Judge?
repeat the motion, okay.
Is it your motion?
He corrected it, so it's Jag's motion, yes.
Authorized county attorney to engage with certified investigator to investigate if needed.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign, the motion passes.
Judge, if I can go back to A, I would like to move that we table this item until the February 20, what did we decide on, 23rd?
Second, we can.
Oh, you know what, we never set the meeting either, we were
We're
waiting on
fixing to
you.
do that next, right
Calendar.
now.
So I would move that we table this item until the next meeting in February with the potential, with the proper posting to deliberate on the specialty item A. I'm sorry?
Yeah.
No, it's just specialty item A, under executive session, specialty item
It is
A.
for the human resources is what it is, she's correct.
And this should be set under human resources, because this is not an executive session item. It's just a interview and deliberations, but make sure it gets posted to deliberate, please. So that would be the motion to table for the next meeting in February.
That's not an action item, it's on open session A.
I'm sorry? That's what I'm tabling that item,
5A, correct?
4A.
Four-A.
4A.
4A is not
session-
an action item, it's just connecting, so you're gonna
I'm
table,
tabling, huh?
you're gonna table, you're not gonna do interviews?
We already did it, but I'm tabling the item and asking that they add the language to deliberate and
That's
put it
on
under
5A.
HR.
It's on 5A. Go to the next page.
Okay, 5A. No, that's fine. No, fair, 5A. I was just doing a, because it was a specialty item, that's fine, 5A. But, yeah, not as an executive item, as an HR item, right, because that's not executive session, okay.
Okay, now we're going back to the regular agenda. We have to, are we voting to do this, to
Y'all-
table it? And we have a motion
You
to
have
table.
vote to table.
We have a motion to table, a second, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Trying to get in a hurry to get a lot of things done, sorry. Now going back to the regular agenda, item A, as 16, we never scheduled our next meeting. It was suggested Thursday, the 23rd, because of being at the Capitol. Are you available? He is good, so everyone's good with Thursday, the 23rd, being our next.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 Then moving down to, who did the second? D1, were we tabling that to another meeting? Did you talk about? Are we going forward?
Grants?
No, on Public Works, D1. This was presented by Juan.
We got so many.
Make it.
Judge and Commissioner, Derek, you need a presentation on the Hilltop Community Center.
I can't hear you. I couldn't hear.
Oh, no, it needs to be turned on.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now? Oh, there you go. Director will be doing a presentation for Hilltop Community Center. We're already pretty much at 50%. Is that correct, David? Or 100% on the DDs? So he'll be doing a presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. So, for some of this design will be a kind of a review, but for the judge, I don't think you've seen some of these images yet, so I'm going to.
I have actually.
Oh, have you? Good.
Yes, with Commissioners, so if you could make it brief for us in light of the hour and the time we're here, that would be great. I appreciate it. Yes.
If you like, I can just skip all the images and kind of go straight to the core of the discussion.
I think everyone's seen it, so if you could, that would be great.
No,
yes.
yeah, this is not for me. This is for you.
And I appreciate it, but I have seen this, so it's good.
Okay, so
Yes.
so then I think the main thing to report is that we have recently completed the design development phase of the work. By this Friday, actually, we're scheduled to present 50% of the contract documents, which is the lion's share of the technical drawings. We have more than 100 drawings already completed with our staff, plus engineers, civil, mechanical, structural. And then by the 10th of March, we are scheduled to have completed drawings. So we are about 4 weeks from being 100% complete, and the 10th of March, we'll have a set of the final drawings to the county for county review, and then just a matter of weeks after that, they'll be ready to go to purchasing. So we're closing in on the sort of final stage of the design work. Just for your information, we've talked from the very beginning of the project about it being a LEED project, a very sustainable, environmentally sustainable project, highly energy efficient, with a lot of sort of innovative features. All of those are intact in the design. But for cost reasons, we have decided to pursue, I say we've decided, it's been sort of the consensus between us and engineering staff to pursue LEED certification and not the higher levels of LEED like LEED Gold or LEED Platinum, because those get into a premium cost. And what we're trying to do is deliver to the county sort of the best value and high degree of sustainability, but not to pursue the sustainability features that run the cost way up. So that's with your approval, we'll continue on that path, and we will pursue a LEED certification, but not LEED Gold or LEED Platinum. And I think that was the only kind of substantive item to report, other than the dates that we are this Friday going to be submitting the 50% technical drawings, and then 4 weeks from now, the 100%. And since you've seen the drawings, I don't have anything to say unless you have questions.
No, I don't, but thank you very much.
Mr. Richter.
Yes, sir.
I think Juan informed you that we had, what was it, 8 million? Is that correct, Juan?
It's a total, I think we decided.
6.
We found some monies elsewhere.
That's a good thing, sir. Yeah.
We think this is just an update, though. This isn't an action item. We won't be making any decisions. That's okay. I mean, it's good to let them know, but no, but thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Under D2, Public Works, discuss and consider the renewal of an expired drainage easement within the Naval Air Station, Corpus Christi, Cabinets Field. What?
There's another part of one, I'm sorry, of.
Oh,
that
the
item.
certification options that he asked about, because he was going with the middle of the road, yes, not the
Which
the
part?
lead.
Or the lead certification?
Yes.
Yeah, they're doing the minimum lead certification. He was just going to present that.
He did, but it says on here, consider the selection, so there is an item to be selected. It
Yes.
is,
So
he recommended
the minimum.
Yes.
Yes.
But y'all need a vote on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
It's saying to consider the selection, so I would assume we need a motion, and you're right.
So.
Don't move.
So what?
The
so
minimum
move-
one.
The
first one.
minimum, but still providing
10
with
million.
it.
So move.
But that would be contingent that the funding's going to be there, Judge, because the minimums, you're looking at about, the estimated.
That's why I wasn't ready to move forward, because I knew we were looking for funding and
That's
didn't have that
correct.
amount.
Yeah, we
that
don't have the
amount.
10 million, but we're working with Commissioner Hernandez, and we just have 6.2 million. And I believe that Commissioner Hernandez is looking into ARPA.
Yep. Well, it's contingency. If you don't have it, you don't have it. So what's the difference?
So the motion was to go with the minimum on contingent that we find the funding for it. So that is a motion. And do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any other discussion on this? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you, and I apologize for skipping that second line on there. When I don't read the whole thing, I don't look at it. No. Number 2, discuss and consider the renewal of an expired drainage easement within the Naval Air Station Corpus Christi Cabinets Field facility.
Judge, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Judge. Public Works is recommending not to.
Renew.
To renew the easement before it lied within Nueces County, and now it lies within the city of Corpus Christi, so we're recommending not to renew.
Second.
We have a motion and a second there. Any other discussion?
Yes, Judge. And what was the recommendation, the reason why?
It no longer lies and serves within our
Within ours.
unincorporated.
It's in the
Yeah,
city
it's in the
limits
city
now.
limits.
And they're going to be providing, or they are providing?
They're aware of it
Is the city aware of it? Or
and taking care of it.
Who's taking care of it?
I'm not sure, Commissioner. I know that this used to be within ours, but it was back in 1972. So I'm more sure we'll talk to, I guess, NAVAC and inform them that they have to coordinate with the city of Corpus Christi.
So this wasn't anything that we took on recently. This is a 50-year-old
Yes, sir.
renewal that just we don't need to renew at this moment.
Yes, sir. I would recommend not renewing it.
And it expires.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're just not going to renew. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there anything else, any other discussion on this?
And we're just going to notify them. We haven't given them a heads up, or is this anything that will change
We would have
the way
to
they're
just,
delivering any services out there, put them in jeopardy for any
for the city.
any concerns?
The city, you're talking about the city or
No,
NAVAC?
I'm talking about the base.
No, I mean, it's an existing easement, and I'm more sure that they'll probably end up disclosing it and not dedicate it as an easement.
But you haven't had talk with
Haven't talked
anybody
to
there?
With NAVAC? Yes, sir.
You
Yes,
have?
sir. Yes, sir. We've been talking to them.
And so they're aware
And
that we're
I
going to,
informed them that it was going to come to
that your
Commissioner's
recommendation
Court,
is that we weren't going to.
and that our recommendation was going to be that we're going to not recommend it.
I mean, I have no problem with your recommendation, and except that's why I was asking those questions. Just wanted to make sure. I mean, I know everything is sensitive with working with the Navy, and we haven't had any base realignment closure committees in decades now. But there's always that chance one day that could happen again, and so I wouldn't want any area of service that have been provided by us, the city, or anyone else to fall short and make it look like we're not in support of them. I know we are. And I know we do everything else for them, but that's just one area I would not want to make it seem like that we don't support them or that their command wasn't aware of it. But if you say that you've talked to them, they're aware of it, I'm good
We
with
informed
that.
them that we're going to be coming to Commissioner's Court.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Item D3, discuss and consider approving a TIPS Cooperative Number 22010601 contract. Johnson Controls.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, we're recommending the TIPS Cooperative Number 22010610 contract with Johnson Controls, and this is for our maintenance. This is a 1 year and a 2 year, well, it's up to a 3 year. And the total cost for the first year is $93,461. The second year is $122,631, and the third year is $129,989. These monies will be paid out of our 1570 building superintendent allocated monies from Public Works. So recommending approval.
I'll move. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 4, discuss and consider execution of a GLO certificate of construction completion. Yay. Okay.
This is for the GLO? Yes, ma'am. This is, we're recommending the execution of the GLO certificate of construction completion. Judge, this is just a clean, to clean up some paperwork with GLO, and we're recommending the execution of the certificate of completion.
Okay. Do I have a motion? And
So moved.
we have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 5, discuss and consider funding source for the continued temporary cooling system rental at the Keach Library. I think this rental expires in February 2023.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We're recommending trying to find a funding source to pay for the rental. Apparently, they had the equipment come in, so the total amount of the $33,400 might be lower than the estimated amount, and we're recommending or requesting a funding source to pay for the temporary.
And the new units have come in. When do you expect those to be installed to completion?
I think they're working on it right now, Judge. So if I'm not mistaken, some of these monies are also to pay some of the rentals that has been in service at this time. So we're requesting some of it to get paid as part of this too. So.
But you still have no idea when the completion date of the new install will be, and we can get rid of everything temporary?
I'm going to estimate probably by mid next month, Judge.
Mid next month?
Yes, ma'am. Hopefully sooner, Judge.
And the funding source for this? Any ideas, Dale?
Yes, we have it here. So we
do?
look into it. So we have the general capital projects. We have funds available, so we can cover this expense.
From where?
From the general capital projects, 1901. We already look into it.
Is that in our packet? So, I see that. Yes, 1901, yes. Okay, now. I didn't see it on the back. Do we have a motion for that and a second? We have a motion. We have a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay. Number 6, discuss and consider authorizing by board contract purchase from Fire Troll Protection Systems. The contract expires today, I believe. We have to do this today.
That's correct,
yes.
Judge. We're recommending approval of the contract with Fire Troll.
Yes.
And you're correct, Judge. It is being expired.
Yes,
today.
and this is one that I allowed
Yes, ma'am.
after time just because of this exception, so I'll make the motion to approve this. And
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, any other discussion? I'm sorry. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. None. The motion passes. We'll look at item number 7, discuss and consider approval of a Goodbye Easy IQC contract with Barcrom Construction.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, this is for the construction work that will be done, if approved inside the jail. There's some steel that needs to get replaced and some another work that needs to be done. So we're requiring some welding, and we're recommending the approval of the contract. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the monies were coming from CO 2021.
CO's 20.
So
Yes,
moved.
ma'am.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
You're welcome. Moving on to purchasing. E1, approve execution of amendment number 1 to the main subscription agreement, MSA. Basically to correct administrative issues, I understand?
Yes.
Yes. Get there in just a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item number 2, discuss and consider conditional selection for water pumps with trailers, tractor mowers, and hydrovac truck.
Yes, Judge, this is an IFB. We received 3 quotes in the different product areas, and the recommendation is to approve conditional selection for Odessa pumps and equipment for 2 new Value Prime pumps, diesel-powered water pumps with trailers at a total cost of $108,956, and TELUS Equipment Solutions for 6 new John Deere 5090E cab tractor FT4 tractor mowers with the FlexWing rotary cutters for a total cost of $529,551.54, and Texas Pack and Load ER Sales Incorporated for 1 new International hydrovac truck with tank and hoses for a total cost of $519,279. These quotes were received and reviewed by the county engineers and found to meet specifications, and he recommends approval. And these are the low quotes. This was a straight bid, so just low bidder wins.
Funding source?
Funding source on these is ARPA funds.
Okay. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 4, method of procurement for architectural services.
So item 3 and 4, one is for engineering services, one is for architectural services. I believe Commissioner Gonzalez requested if we could have a second offering to the folks that are in this line of work to have an ability to join the pool for those services for future ARPA projects. And so this would give me permission to publish that notice and then bring back to the court additional folks. We're going to be coming back to the court later this month to bring the contracts for the first round, and this will be a second round would come up later.
So
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And I guess I need to go back that past and do number 3 since I skipped it for engineering, the same thing, the second round for engineering. I said that last one was for architectural.
Yeah, same thing.
Yes.
So moved.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. To the auditor. Number 1, F1, approve the monthly procurement card report ending. Anything you need to tell us about that? Are we good to go? You've got it all?
This is very, very quickly. This is a delay because of several departments now reconciling and verifying their reports. We're asking you to receive the report, not necessarily approve the report. I would prefer that you actually review through the transactions and make any comments to myself and purchasing. If you have any questions, we can definitely pull the transaction, work with the purchasing and work with the department and find out if there's any errors, and then we can bring that to you later. But for September, there was $367,000 worth of expenses, and for the fiscal year, there was $4.3 million for the entire year. I'll be glad to answer any question you might have, but that's the procurement report for September 30th, 2022.
Excuse me, Dale? Yes. I still see a whole bunch of late charges for the P card in restaurants.
And we're currently working, we constantly work with Michael on the procurement for meals, yes. And we actually have had some that we reached out to departments and they have reimbursed us for it.
They have?
Yes.
Okay, there's one bill that stuck out at me. It was from 2021.
What page are you on?
111 on the bottom. $134 from Shoreline.
And which was that? Which one was that?
It's the, let's see, 1, 2. It's the second one from the top.
Okay. What was your question on that?
Are we still receiving bills from, goes back to 2021?
No, this is the entire year. This is the fiscal year to date. So for your particular purpose, you would actually go almost towards the end where September balances would be at. So we just want to give you the entire yearly report of what had occurred for those functions. That's why it shows up here.
Okay.
But no, we are not receiving any more bills for that. No.
All right. Thank you.
Can I get a motion to approve, or? We have a motion to approve the monthly procurement and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 2, approve the budget change order.
Yes, Your Honor. This is budget change order number 7 for our current fiscal year. There are a few large transactions, but the large transactions are justifiable. The very first one, and you'll see, is $1285. We're just moving the money that the court approved for the 2 economic developments for the Robstown and the other development center. We remove those from the contingency appropriations to the correct budget category to cover those costs. For the medical examiner at the very bottom, we worked with the doctor, because this covers Dr. Fernandez's remaining functions through the rest of his term, and we worked with the ME to cover those costs. The largest one on the page 2 is for Road and Bridge of $25,000. They're doing a renovation of their central garage and redeveloping certain areas. So they need the funds, but they are able to take those funds from the repair and maintenance of the road and bridge. My staff and I reviewed the transactions. They do appear to be appropriate. We do believe that they are justifiable, and we submit budget change order number 7 for your acceptance and approval.
Dale, my understanding is on the ME, when I visited with him about these were just moving funds from one category to pay for some temporary employees that he needed, and so it's a net zero effect.
That's correct.
Thank you. Move passage.
Second.
We have a motion to approve in a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 The last issue for mine is the project change order number 117. We'll only see 3 different COs that have transactions. The very first one, at the very top, is the 2015. We're just basically moving some stuff around. Some of it is for the Sheriff's Office Administration Security is the new one, as well as the ADA improvements are just getting money back from the Banquetti, as well as the West Haven Park for one of the precincts is being covered for those. For our 2016 COs, we are 2 new projects, the Calderon buildings for the constable renovation, as well as, again, the Nueces County Sheriff's Office Administration Security of 47. So those funds are being taken from the courthouse security funds. We received these from the Commissioner Court Administration, so we believe that they're valid. And the last item is on the 21 COs. This is just the allocation y'all approved to do the Calderon interior improvements, and each of y'all authorized $3,000 from it. So those are the requests we have for budget change order number 117 for our capital projects. I ask for you to review and accept it.
Motion to accept.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm sorry?
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Item G We're almost done. Human Resources, G2, discuss and consider the reclassification and possible reorganization of the governmental and legislative affairs position. Commissioner Chesney?
Judge, I put this on upon getting notice of Belinda's resignation, similar to the time when Tyner resigned, to look at redoing the position to a position that would actually be more appropriate and help the court. I provided 3 things: 1, the original job description; 2, a red line version; and 3, a version that reads without the red in it, because I found that a little hard to read, but I want everybody to make sure and see. It's a suggested change. Again, if you look at the original job description, there were so many things in it that didn't even make sense, that the person didn't do. It almost was like a cut and paste of IDs. I mean, it's another bad, no offense, but it's just another bad job description in Nueces County. So I tried. I certainly am not an expert in writing job descriptions, but I kind of came up with some things. I talked to Jenny a little bit about, some interfacing with the county attorney and what might be advantageous there. So, I didn't just do it off the cuff. I really tried to come up with some things that might actually be something that would be of great value to the court. Open to suggestions, just a starting point. But I know the judge is anxious to get that spot filled because it's an important position to her. So I tried to, get this moving as fast as I could, and came up with Special Advisor for Governmental Affairs, External and Internal Communications, and Legal Affairs. And I think having a lawyer in that spot would be super advantageous to review contracts and do some things like that, and maybe do the public information requests, and just, again, hopefully everybody had a chance to look at it, and no pride in authorship. If anybody has any tweaks, let me know. I did add also the parliamentarian portion also in there too, just so everybody can note that.
The parliamentarian adding that, I think, was good. We have the freedom of information and help with that for those kind of requests. Is that in there? Did I?
Public Information
Public Information Act
request, I think, is what I put. Judge, let me.
Yes, I think I saw it.
Yeah, for all public
I said
information
that.
requests
I'm
after
looking
training
through
by the county
red
attorney.
copy, and it looked like it was scratched out.
Yes,
To remove the PIO or what?
Basically, it would oversee the PIO, and that'd be up
Help
to.
to facilitate that. Someone else that's working to. You can discuss that another.
Yeah, that'd be another day.
Yeah,
Separate
because,
issue, yeah.
I just, if this person's supposed to report directly to us, right?
Yes.
That's what I mean, the only problem I have is, like we did the PIO before, I mean, we never see him, right? I don't know who he reports to, but, when we split them out like that, sometimes it's hard because then, who they're going to.
Well-
And I know that maybe to you, that's fine, but I just hate to split people up to be different, to be in different, but then it's going to be another category.
I can't.
If she's going to be in a different category, right? I mean,
Well, I just put this
would she
person.
still be under the ed man?
So, in other words, this person would be over communications. So it was a suggestion to, if this person's going to be governmental affairs, external and internal communications, and legal affairs, then the natural course of being would be that the communications, which is PIO, would go to that person to oversee and do whatever that person.
In all fairness and defense of the PIO, I think he was hired and then he was left too in no direction. Since we've gotten here in the communication, it's been very lacking. I think he would like some direction and some input, somebody helping and guiding as well.
Right, and I didn't do any of that to say anything
yeah.
about the PIO.
Nothing was about the
This was
PIO
just
not doing. I think he would welcome the help. Yeah.
Right.
So it'd be another department then?
Pardon me?
So it'd be another department?
No, this person would report to us and the PIO would report to this person under this scenario.
And work in conjunction with the court manager.
Right.
And work just more on a level basis with the court manager, but both reporting to us.
Right.
That makes it a department head though, right? I mean.
Nope, that's why it's called a special advisor. That's why I called it exactly what it is. It's kind of like, it's a special advisor for governmental affairs, external and internal communication, legal affairs. That's, Again, no pride in authorship, but that makes it a non-department head.
Yeah,
It's
well,
just a special advisor.
That's what I
to
mean.
the
I just
court.
want to make sure we're not creating something else,
More departments.
yeah.
No,
More
I
department
agree.
heads and-
Don't need any more departments.
So we're going to require a law degree then?
Yes, sir. And not only a law degree, but passing like a law license.
Sure. No, of course.
No,
No,
but-
yeah. Good point. Good clarification. You're right.
Because the other job description required a law license, but did not require a law degree. So I added that. But again, just suggestion.
So that one of her jobs would be to act as a legal advisor to the actually legal advisor to the court, working closely with the county attorney,
Where are you at? Sorry, Joe.
page number 3,
Page 3. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, in the bottom.
Oh, there it is.
So working closely with the attorney on what, do it like on the contracts?
Yeah, like if you have a contract and that they would still interface with the county attorney, but it would also just be an extra set of eyes that if you wanted to work on something and that person was an advisor to the court, that would be what you would be able to use that person for. Obviously, still got to get the county attorney to sign off on stuff, but it's basically hiring another lawyer.
And I think it was because Belinda wasn't a lawyer as well. So it was like, and it,
She was.
Yeah, she wasn't an attorney, but, I mean, we need another set of eyes on contracts and grants and whatever, but that's what
Right, and then you just be able to call and they come running. Well, I mean,
As far as that's concerned, we are also down in our office and we are missing attorneys, so, that might not be extremely helpful to our office to be hiring another attorney outside of our office to do the same thing that our office does. So there's just some concerns there as far as partitioning out duties and responsibilities and what the job market will bear.
Well, I think that what I've seen here, it's not like she's gonna do
your job.
Do your job, I'm not gonna do, I think she needs to go to you and say, is this what I catch this, what do you think about this? Because I catch something here that is not, that I don't think it's.
that would be stuff she brings to you would be much better prepared than what we have been dumping
That's
on
why it says
you. It's
incumbent
like, we're
interfaces
hoping
with
it
the
will
county at contract.
alleviate some of your time and effort, yes.
Right, that's why it says incumbent interfaces with the county attorney on contracts as assigned to him or her, and so I mean, that's why they've got to continue to do that with but it also might save you those meetings that you sit in for an hour and a half, that you have to sit in and go through all those contracts. If that person can sit in and do them, and then you just review the final product, that might also, so just.
So I don't know if we have to have, like, monitors legal process of department budgets. Is that an issue?
Can you?
Yeah, page number 1 in the bottom. Monitors legal process of department budgets. Special revenue accounts, grants, and hospital district.
We already have, Teresa does that for us and a day in their office.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Teresa's doing,
Yeah.
but.
Not legal.
But not legal.
Oh, okay,
Not
so
legal.
we have to have it in here. Sorry.
Don't have to.
I'm just saying, I don't want to cross over.
I agree.
I don't know, whatever. I think we take off legal might be okay,
That was already on there. I just added, that was already part of this job description, and I just added legal. So you can say.
I would take it off. I mean, it's up to you guys, but.
You can take out the word legal and just monitors progress of the departmental budgets.
Yeah. Yeah, that way she's not mixing with Jenny or whatever.
True.
Say again?
That way she's not mixing with Jenny and trying to legally
Fine. That's
make
fine.
some decisions legally, right?
Doesn't hurt my feelings.
I don't know. That's just my 2 cents worth.
I agree with that. I think
Good.
that's
Take out
a
legal.
good point.
I think this is overall good. I think we've been fortunate the last 2 individuals we had serve in this role or similar role fit those qualifications that you're putting in. I say run with it and see what we get.
All we can do is try.
Yeah, and I would, if we get to that point, then maybe
We may need
back
to
off on the
readdress.
legal
Right.
and just make it preferable. But or maybe we could do that now to see what kind of net we get. But I get what you're saying. You want the legal. that's a very unique individual, and to get that, well, we got some good applicants for HR, so who knows where they may come from.
But it's
We'll leave it
also,
at that.
but it's also a pay group that would dictate getting a high-quality candidate.
I'm willing to.
So, I mean, why not get, I was just trying to get as
Yeah.
much as I could out of
Yeah.
the pay scale.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Then I say,
That
like
sounds good to
him,
me.
leave it and let's run with
Yeah,
it like it
sounds
is, and
good.
we'll readdress it if we
Yeah.
don't find
And then
someone.
just take out the word legal in front of progress.
I would take out the word.
I'm fine with that.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Well, since this says "and related matters," since we have Belinda's resignation, are we authorizing them to post for this position too? Can you do that in this, since it had related matters on there?
Yes, that's what I asked Jenny was, and she said we could authorize the posting of this position immediately based on the way it was
Because
posted.
we need to fill this position as soon as possible.
So then how long do we usually keep these open? How long do we, 2 weeks? Well, minimum of 1 week? We probably need to go a little longer for this
2
one.
weeks.
Just to, and we need to figure out how to get the word out to the bar, make sure the bar sees this. Could you make sure and pass this out to them so they'll blast it out?
Mhm.
So we're gonna leave out legal, right?
Say again?
We're gonna leave out legal.
Yeah.
So do we need two
in front
different
of board
motions,
progress.
then a motion to approve this, but taking out the word legal in the job description?
In the word, in front of the word progress, right? The monitor's
Yes.
legal progress, Joe? Right, so the motion would be to pass this without the word legal in front of the word progress on the word, on that page 1 where it says monitors legal progress, take out that word. And it would be for a 2-week posting at least, with the direction to HR to make sure and circulate this to the Corpus Christi Bar Association. And anybody else, and anyone else that you can think of, but obviously since we're wanting a lawyer.
I second that motion.
And what is the pay scale here?
I knew you were going to ask me. It's 40. It's
40,000?
No, the level
No,
40.
I believe that the pay group for you is around probably 115, 120,000, roughly. I believe that's where it starts. I'm not sure for example, but
not either. I don't know that it. I don't know. It's whatever the position's always been budgeted at. I didn't change that. This is whatever it's always been.
it's so hard because she was here for quite a while, so she was at the top level of that pay group, so it might
Be less.
Probably the minimum is 98.
I think it's
Yeah.
somewhere more around 100,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's.
I think
she
minimum around
was-
90 to 100,000. Yes.
Right.
Right, the years and stuff.
But she was budgeted at higher because she'd been here
For a long time.
So- Yeah.
Did we?
I think she left when it was 134,000 when she left. So
Okay, we had a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you. And item G3. This is discussions, consider how the suspension of the maximum accrual vacation hours under the rule for personnel policy manual previously approved by the court in August of '22 is to be implemented and related matters. And I think this was just on how the calendar year ended, since the calendar year of the county
Correct. This is just
ends in
to get
September.
some clarification from the court, what they meant. If we meant to do it as of 9:30, so 10:01, we started with 12:40, or you wanted to start at January 1st with 2:40?
Where's the motion that we made? That would be the backup.
It was just to start December 31st
No, okay,
with
well,
240, yeah.
So I'm kind of confused why this is back on, because we had a huge debate on this.
Correct.
We really fought, struggled, came to what we thought was a court compromise, so I'm kind of wondering why
The
this
only
is back
confusion
on
here is from the auditor's office, so we want to just make the clarification. The policy states that you carry over the 240 at 10:01.
But
And this is overlapping both years. So if the court wishes to do it at January 1st, to just start with 240, you're affecting this year as well.
the motion was that they had to get all of it done by the end of December of '22.
Correct.
Yes, Commissioner.
And then it
So
starts
that's-
10:01.
what's the clarity that needs to be on here? Because if the clarity was they had to get rid of it by the 31st, which is what the court voted on, then that's clear to me.
I think some of the question might be, is the question I had with Belinda when we talked about this in there, is the county calendar year ends in September.
Correct.
But you're saying the employees' hours in December. Well, if the
Because we
calendar
gave them extra
year-
time.
Extended it.
We gave them
Extended
extra
it.
time.
Well, I wasn't told that
Right,
part.
yeah,
Okay.
well, that's, would be
Yes.
nice if you'd have told that. We gave them all this extra time
Mm-hmm.
to get all these hours gone,
And then
and
it
then
would
at the end of the year, that would be it. That would start
Correct.
over.
So it's
what's
okay just to make sure like we affecting also if fiscal year 22, 23. And Melinda can get
Melinda's
more.
gone up. She probably has something she can add to clarify.
We've had, I know of one employee that got her hours down to exactly 240 as of September 30th. So if you extend it and if you do the cutoff on December 31st, then she's going to have anything that she earned beginning October 1, which she would lose those hours.
No,
But she managed her hours exactly to 240 as of September 30th. So depending on how y'all handle it will depend on whether she's going to lose anything from October 1 on.
So, okay. So we're here for one person. We're talking about a policy for
Well, I don't know
one
of any
person.
other.
I know, but
Well,
I mean, we went, look, this is frustrating. I got to tell you, this was a very delicate issue. We went back and forth. We all got mad. We all worked through this, and I don't know why we're bringing this back, because you're opening a sore with me, because we came up with a compromise, and the compromise was, this was what it was. And everybody knew what it was, and everybody was sent correspondence. Get all your hours done by the 31st. Get your hours done. It was clearly sent out to the entire county. So I don't know why we're even bringing this back, because, I mean, y'all should have, I mean, I don't get this. I don't know why we're bringing this back. We went through this and fought over it and talked about it and came up with a compromise. So, I mean, and so I don't know why we're here. I mean.
For October, November, and December, a quarter of the year's vacation, you're potentially getting rid of. That's
No,
why.
no, but that was for last year's vacation that they were over.
Just to make
They
it up
had
to,
to-
then it
hold
would
on.
be the calendar.
That means they started over on October 1.
On October 1, so anything they accrued between October 1
a
and
new
December
year.
31st,
No,
they
no, no.
will keep.
No, yeah,
Yes.
because it's a new year. That speaks
But that's
for
what the
itself.
auditor's office did. They took over this year as well. They took whatever they earned from October through December.
Okay, well, that's not my fault.
And they
Software
want
did this, and
private.
We'll be able to, we'll go through each of them and we'll add back what we need to be added back.
Right, so in other words, we were giving them this time to
Yeah.
take care of 22,
Get it back into the
21,
calendar
22.
year, yes.
And we gave them 3 extra months. So starting October 1, that's a new year.
Do that, but for
that
some
should be for a new
reason
year. That
they
doesn't
took. For
make
some
it
reason, they removed everything that they earned from October through December.
Okay,
So they just want clarification.
motion, right, motion speaks for itself.
It shouldn't affect.
Do we have a motion? Do we need to do anything else?
No? I mean, I don't think so. I mean, because October 1's a new
It's
year.
a new fiscal year.
Right. So that lady shouldn't lose anything.
And those hours go.
Well, no, it didn't happen
Well,
on
that-
paper how it should have. That's why it's back.
Okay, well, but that's, okay, all right.
Yep.
Does anybody up here disagree with that? I mean, we basically,
That was my only question about the calendar year, and it makes sense now,
Okay.
because y'all
No, I just wanna
extended
make
it
sure.
for the 1 year, so, yes.
Okay.
So there is no motion or action,
They
it's
just need to get
clarified.
back the hours that they were removed. That's it. That's something that they have to deal with.
And we should be, do we have any adjournments in memory? No? Then I will say it is 4:58. It is before 5 o'clock, and we are adjourned.
Goodness.
Because we're gonna edit it.